Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas pre-market show for Wednesday, October the 11th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses to let me know you can hear me. Thank you, Paradox. Okay, excellent. All right. Well, obviously we have this insane one today, TPST. When I saw this, I didn't realize it had come from 20 odd cents. So anyway, yeah. So this is now up 650%. Had some news, of course. New data demonstrating the superiority of TPST, whatever. So not shortable for me, not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Low float, 7.6 million in the float. We'll have to see what happens once this market opens through the 200-day moving average. But that is probably one of the crazier moves we've seen in the pre-market anyway. 23 cents to 178. And WHLR, now that's pulled back quite a bit. It got up to 310 or so and back down to 158. I don't see any news on this one. This has been very active in the past. You can see this day back here, back in early September, popped up to almost over $9. But I don't see any specific news on it right now. Now this one on the short side, on a larger fair price stock, DVA. And this is okay. So shares of dialysis services providers such as DaVita. Ah, that's why FMS was down also. Okay. I saw FMS was also down. Um, After Novo Nordisk Ozempic showed early success in a trial to treat kidney failure. Oh, I see. So this is so good news for them, but bad news for people for companies that are operate dialysis clinics. Okay, I get it. So that's DVA. You can see what happened yesterday. It closed right at the 200-day moving average, but way below it now. And there's the FMS. The FMS, I had forgotten there was a tie-in with DVA. So there's FMS, German company, dialysis clinics and machines. Silk, yeah, Silk is, I guess this was unplanned. I have here that the president resigned. I guess this looked like one of those unplanned situations. So this has been hit really hard, 50%, down 50%. SILK, Silk. And Plug. So this is the news for Arcadia eFuels taps Plug Power for 280 megawatt electrolyzer system. Okay, so that is the news for Plug, Plug, Plug Power. Not a low float. 536 million in the float, so this is not a low float situation. And HOFV, I noticed just before I was opening the room that this was gapping down. Let's see if the gap down is held. Yeah, the gap down is held. This is actually shortable for me, 54,000 shares available. All-time low, all-time low. And they're doing a financing. That's the reason they're doing a financing. Not raising much money, 2.8 million. So there was a desperate for money. It looks like at 375 a share. So below the financing price. Because I do apologize. I didn't have a lot of time to do any pre-market work. Microsoft upgrade last night really wreaked havoc on my sounds. So I had to do all sorts of fiddling around to get my sound working. So that took me some time. And let's take a look at AMC still hanging in there, I guess, hanging in there around the $10 level. And we're in for a positive open. Yes, we are in for a positive open to begin. I'm seeing, I could have mentioned some of these other ones, but some of these other ones, the Vinos, they've been active, but then they just give it up during the day. So this is a SPAC, ACAQ. I mean, it's up 34%. I get it, but what is it really going to do once this market opens? Tupperware, the same kind of thing. I mean, Tupperware's up 15%. I didn't see one, this is the only there's only a little one, ETWO. This is the only earnings play that is coming through my filters, ETWO. This is an all-time low now. Actually, okay, it's an all-time low. ETWO is an all-time low. Earnings play, a lot of shares available, 2.84 million shares available to short at Interactive Brokers. So that could be interesting also. Again, another all-time low. But this is what I'm talking about. When I scroll down, I'm looking at my earnings date column, just scrolling through. I don't see any earnings released after hours yesterday or this morning. This is the only one, the minus 0.25. These are released after hours yesterday. And that's for the ETWO, but I don't see any other one. Of course, we're getting into earnings season in a big way. At the end of the week, we're going to have some of the big banks, and then next week, some of the big banks. SMX may have earnings, but it's not meeting any of my filter requirements. I don't have an earnings date for them, so I don't see that it is an earnings play, SMX. I'm not saying it isn't, but I don't see that it is. Now, this is a company out of Ireland, so yeah, I'm looking at my IB headlines. I don't see that it's an earnings play either. October 11th. Well, it may be, but I don't see it. I'm looking at my news headlines for SMX. Usually, if it's an earnings play, I'll see something here, but I do not see it unless I'm just not reading correctly. I don't see it here. We don't have it. Again, it doesn't mean that it is not an earnings play, but I don't see any indication on the sites that I look at that it is. Okay, guys, let me take a look at the upgrades and downgrades this morning. Nothing really happened yesterday. I mean, we had one upgrade and one downgrade. One upgrade that I thought might really move, but did not. The JP Morgan upgrade. Can't remember the symbol even. I think I've removed it from my thumbnail charts. All right, so here are some of the upgrades. Anybody there in YouTube? Maybe if you're in YouTube, you can just let me know you can hear me and see my screen. Make sure that that is working correctly. Okay, great. Thank you, Pepe, and others, Neil and Steve. TTWO. Let's take a look at TTWO, see if that upgrade has anything. What I'm looking for really, I'm just looking for some kind of a real change. Like Kava, for instance. Let's take a look at Kava, see if there's any surprise here. Well, actually, okay. So Morgan Stanley has upgraded Kava. They had an original upgrade to 45, but they've moved that down to 41, which is still above 33. So, maybe Kava Group's rallies after Morgan Stanley turns bullish due to positive catalyst path. So maybe Kava this morning, if the market is strong, maybe Kava has a bit of a lift. We're not ever saying it's going to get to 41, their price target, but has a decent move. You can see in the weekly chart, it's starting to turn around a bit. The next high in the weekly chart is 33.60, so it's almost right there. So the next high then after that would be 35.42. So it would have, a couple of dollars to the next high in the weekly chart if it was to move. Now, let me take a look at the downgrades. Ooh, we've got way more downgrades than upgrades this morning. Haven't seen that for a while, guys. So they've been relatively, in fact, I haven't seen too many upgrades or downgrades from the analysts in the last little while, and if we have, they've usually been about 50-50, but definitely way more downgrades this morning from free.com anyway, the website that I use to find the upgrades and downgrades. I always love it when an analyst downgrades another brokerage. Well, I don't even know how to. What do we call Morgan Stanley? Just another analyst. But anyway, Morgan Stanley's been downgraded by UBS to 84 from 110. I'll have to take a look at that one. Morgan Stanley probably releases this week or next. There's a a bunch of silk downgrades. Yeah, Stifle. I don't know who CL King is. Never heard of them. And Citigroup downgrading silk. Okay, let's take a look at, actually take a look at PTLO also. PTLO downgraded to 19. What's the price right now? That's way below, so forget that. And Morgan Stanley was downgraded to 84 by UBS. Where is it right now? Yeah, so it's below that, so it doesn't really matter. Okay, guys, there are some of the upgrades, some of the downgrades this morning from briefing.com. So I guess the one to maybe keep an eye on is that Kava. See if it keeps moving. Yeah, the buyout, Exxon buying out PXD, didn't really talk about that, but that's a big buyout, big buyout. All cash also, all cash. Is it $60 billion or something? Yeah, it was at $240. Okay, so I just have to remind myself that I have upgrade is to 41. All right, let's take a look at some of the sectors now. What's happening? We're in for a positive open, not hugely positive, but certainly positive open. So from the toolbar, I'm going to click on New and then Dock Channel Bar. Scroll down until I see Show More, and then Sector Status, and see what's happening with the major sectors this morning. So we've got a little bit of weakness in oil, obviously. So what you're seeing here, this is XLE, the major ETF for energy. The stocks that make up XLE, 95% of them are down. 95% of them are down from yesterday's close. So that's what that 95% means. So as we speak, the energy sector is weak as we speak. Doesn't mean it's going to remain weak all day. So just taking a look, you can see technology 77%, communications, 60%. But as always, want to see where they are in relation to their 200-day moving averages. XLE, yeah, still way above or has moved above, but this morning a little bit weak, little bit weak. Now, Birkenstock, yeah, Birkenstock is going to be, speaking about retail, Birkenstock is going to be doing their IPO today. I don't expect much, but the symbol would be BIRK. I believe it's supposed to be around $46. And of course, the huge names behind it, but remains to be seen if it's going to be successful or not, certainly on the first day anyway. Wanting to check some of these ones that were kind of close to, I think industrials was right on the 200-day moving average. I think it moved higher yesterday. Yeah, so it was right on it the day before. So it's just poking above the 200-day moving average. That blue line on my daily chart, that is the 200-day moving average. Check out financials. Again, with all the major banks releasing on Friday and next week, we'll see how well they do, see if they can recapture that 200-day moving average. So DVA, just do something here, guys. Yeah, so this DVA, guys, I mean, then we may get some support around, well, right here. So the next low looking left on the weekly chart is 73.20, 73.74, 74.28. So let's say that right there, that's 73.74. It's at 74 right now. So this little area here on the weekly chart might might be some support for DVA. And again, this is dropping because of the success of Ozempic. So consequently, not as many, I guess, not as many people needing dialysis, which is what they're all about. So unless you're a shareholder of DVA, this is a good thing. All right, guys. So silk is still very, very weak. It has bounced though. It's come on, actually, it's bounced quite a bit. I mean, 70 cents or so, 60 cents or so from the actual absolute bottom. TPST looks like it's trying to make another new high. I guess it's, I mean, as crazy as it seems, where could it stall other than, I mean, profit taking has to really start kicking in, but on the weekly chart, 228 is the next high. Where did it get to this morning? Got up to 229. You can see on the weekly chart, the next high is basically where it got to this morning. So if it can somehow take that out, 242, and if it take that out, we've got 383. Look at that. I mean, 65 million have traded, 7.6 million in the float. Not quite, but that's almost nine times the float is traded already in the pre-market for TPSD. Uh, my guess, here's this ETWO. This is an earnings play, ETWO, the only one I have. ETWO, the minus 0.25, release earnings after hours, continues down, all-time low. ETWO, all-time low. So with no shares available to short for TPSD, there is that downward pressure taken away. People piling in and shorting it. But at some point, I mean, imagine all the people here. I mean, this was under a dollar for a long time. August. I guess it's not an incredibly long time, but I mean, since August, this has been under a dollar. July, yeah, since July, this has been under a dollar and slowly, slowly just sinking. Again, here is your news. Early to mid stage. So they're obviously teamed up with Roche. Roche managed the study operations for this multi-center trial. So, well, hey, I mean, let's cheer them on in terms of as a company or somehow really being able to make this drug work. Yeah, I recall you're talking about that one, Fin Trader or FinFan Forever. HE, yeah, just inching its way up, inching. All right, guys, just looking to see if anything else is kind of sneaking in here. I do not. I see Sint, yeah, SINT, but again, one of those ones that I just don't think is going to have that much momentum once the market opens. What, guys? All right, guys. Yeah, I'm not seeing too much else happening. Not that we need that much more to happen. A lot's happening. FBYD. This is, I don't think this is shortable for me. No. FBYD, not shortable for me. This is one of those SPACs, right? Yeah. Interesting. Used to be that all these SPACs had many, many shorts available. And I've noticed in the last several months that most of these SPACs do not have shorts available anymore, at least at Interactive Brokers. But in the early days of all this, yeah, there were plenty available. Well, I'll stick an alert up here at 2:30 for TPST just to see if it happens. Not that I'm going to take the trade at 2:30, but just to see if it gets into that area, because between 2:30 and 2:40, and then if if it can crack through that, 380, really 380 is the next high looking left. You can only do this because of the float, 7.6 million in the float. ETWO making another new low, all-time low. Earnings play, all-time low, ETW low. All right, guys, we have less than a minute to have about 30 seconds for this market to open. So let's have a great trading day, everybody. I typically do not trade in the first 30 minutes. In the first 15 minutes, I do try to let things settle down a little bit. Obviously, run the risk of something running right off the bat, and I'm not in it, but that's okay. We get rid of this. This is a carryover trade for this is 2 days now, DRS in the simulator. And we are now open. So CEOHR looked like it had really good news yesterday, but but look how it sold off. But now right there is the high of yesterday, around 35.58. WBA guys, WBA. Walgreens Boots Alliance. Wow, look at this. Look at the room it's got on the daily chart. 25.21 or so. Didn't really see this in the pre-market, but WBA, Truist Securities maintains price target of 25 or WBA. Must be I think that's the only reason. They announced a new CEO. Thank you, William. Yeah, look at this. Look at WBA right off the. Didn't see this in the pre-market. Now, it was active, but it must not have been up over 5% or 6%. Sometimes I just don't see those. But anyway, WBA. This is what I mean. I'll miss this because I won't chase it. Okay, now this TPST just got halted. I think it's halted on the way down, right? Yeah, it's halted on the way down, TPST. Okay, so these dialysis companies are getting hit. There's FMS, and I'm seeing Bax also. So again, dialysis stocks tumble in the wake of Ozempic kidney failure study update. There's FIO. I did see PHIO in the pre-market. I didn't think yeah, this is what I saw. The big pop, the big spike up, and then it came right back down. But 22%, lots of volume. It's going to trade the float easily. Of course, it already has 2 million in the float. It's traded 2.7 now. So PHIO announced the poster presentation of two key preclinical studies, et cetera, et cetera. Okay, so this is a little bio. Okay, guys, Kava on a little bit of a move here on that upgrade. That upgrade to $41 by I think it was Morgan Stanley, either Morgan Stanley or JP Morgan, but one or the other. And so that is a nice move. On the daily, there's little areas of resistance. If you look at the weekly, it looks a little bit better. 35.42. That was about $1 to the next high in the weekly chart for CAVA. All right, guys. So SHCR. So this is one that's probably come from sub $1. Another, well, I don't know. I don't know how to categorize this. Healthcare. So it's not a bio, but it's healthcare in the healthcare sector. The next time the weekly, to me, it looks like there could be too much resistance between the 114 and the 179. It'd be awesome if we could get close to that. But to me, there looks like there's too much resistance. All right, so TPST did resume. Yeah, if it takes out this 198, I may be enticed. Here's where it got halted, and it's just drifting down a little bit below it. All right, guys. Well, hopefully this works out okay for me. I did take some. It's halted again now. 212. I got a little bit of this TPST, but it is halted again, but it's halted on the way up. So we'll see what happens. All right, I see that Bitcoin is weaker because I do see Mara moving down. Okay, here's another one, guys. Another one is an all-time low. OM, an all-time low, showing up on my 10-day daily breakdown. Sometimes I'll take these even before the 15 minutes if it's an all-time low. Just watching the way it's trading right now. The trigger was at 743, so it's popped a little bit above that price. But OM is an all-time low. Coke had, I'm sorry, Coke did not ever. Look at Coke. Holy smokes! Look at Coke. Pepsi had earnings yesterday. I don't think it was that bad. Now this looks more dramatic than it is because this is at 54. Now it's at 53. So this looks like it could be like a $10 drop, but it is not. But anyway, Coke KO is moving down. ACMR from yesterday. I think that, yeah, yesterday, not big day yesterday. Um, it is, well, it's above all those weekly highs now. ACMR, looking left. Take a look on a monthly chart. Yeah, so you can see in a monthly chart, the next highs are 2286. So has a couple of dollars till the next highs on the monthly chart anyway. And that's for the ACMR, but it is early. All right, well, if this is going to be a 5-minute halt, this will open at 9:40 plus 36 seconds. So in about 36 seconds, if it's a 5-minute halt. So far, so good. So far, so good. Remember what I said is, if a stock halts and it moves down below the halt price, which it did, 198, and it gets back up to the halt price, I will sometimes take the trade. So I decided to just before it got halted again. So we'll see how well that holds. 5 seconds, if it's a 5-minute halt. Not going to be a 5-minute halt. So this could be a 10-minute halt. Could be a 10-minute halt. Usually they're multiples of the 5. This is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. Okay, nothing to do with trade ideas. But there's the symbol TPST. There's the halt 206 projected open. Does not have to be, of course. All I can hope for is that it's above the 206 when it opens. Um, well, I have it halted at, oh, that's right. You're right. You're right. What happened is it got halted immediately. That's the resumption. So you are absolutely right. So let me get this up and running again. You were right. But unfortunately, it's still not going to open. It's still not going to open. Now it's 10 minutes. Yeah. I'm sorry. You're right. Because sometimes when it halts right after a resume, we don't see it. If it's when I think it's if it's within about 30 seconds or so. All right. Well, see what happens. SQ on the move, guys. I see this SQ is on the move. Wow. Is it ever? Look at this SQ. Yeah, it must be as I've said this before, it must be the server I'm on. For whatever reason, it doesn't want to pick up a halt when it halts very soon after a resumption. FUTU is on the move also, guys. FUTU. Boy, we're seeing a lot of big green candles like this on the opening 15 minutes. What's KWeb doing? My guess is that KWeb is probably doing pretty well. The ETF for the China. Yeah, so China is doing well. Wow, actually China's done well in the last few days. So China stocks have really been doing well. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 days now. All right, guys, Bax is making a back showing up on my 10-day daily breakdown. It did pop up a bit, recovered, but it is showing up on my 10-day daily breakdown. But it's pretty choppy right around that $35 mark. I'm going to wait to see if it takes that 35 again. Again, this is being one of the stocks being hit because of the success of Ozempic. Yeah, so they have dialysis machines. I'm definitely interested in this one, the BAX, BAX, if it can take out 35 again in a big way. All right, silk is not really doing much, is it? As Earl said, underneath 650, you might get it running. That's probably is that the low? Yeah, 655 is the low. This is an all-time low right now. Silk is an all-time low right now. Thank you, Ernie. I never ask people to do that, but yeah, if you want to hit the like button when you leave in YouTube room. Okay, I took some off. I took some off. It just opened. TPST just opened. If it goes down to two, I'm out. Boy, look how rapidly it's trading. Just it's not moving off this 227, 228 mark yet. You got halted again. That's weird. Okay. Well, don't have much left, so we'll see what happens. Again, if it gets down to two, there's a great little pop up to 255, but it's halted on the way down now. So, but it's still showing a little bit above the halt price, 235. So I always like to hold on a little bit of these sort of ones just in case it does, something really insane. Like, I mean, it's already up 850%. I don't know what more I can expect, but I was looking at this left area over here of 382. Anyway, backs, guys. Sorry, guys. Backs. As I was wrapped up in the TPST, so I'm actually in the backs. Yeah, I did get a fill. So 3483 on the back short. All right, let's take a look at this one. BTAI was really active yesterday. This is showing up on my 10-day daily breakout. But when I look left, to me, it looks like there's a lot of resistance around, between 380 and 390. That's too close for me anyway. Just look at the daily chart for BTAI. Go to China stock guys, 10 cent, TME on the move. Yeah, I did mine last night, Jamie. The Windows update. I did mine last night before I went, but it really wreaked some havoc on my sounds. My I had to reboot my computer several times this morning in order to get rid of the crackle. Okay, wow, Vox, VOXX actually has some room, a lot of room on the weekly chart anyway. Take a look left, make sure 962. So 962 is the next high looking left on the weekly chart, then 955. But then if I can pile through that, 1099 is the next high. So right around $11. So if we can get through, I'm going to stick a price alert right around. And look what it got to this morning. It got up to 960 and look at that high, 962. So I am going to stick a price alert right around 965 and see if VOXX can take that out and maybe start to fill in this gap a little bit. It's already up 21%. All right, guys. Well, TBST opened. Let's see if it can hold two. Okay, I'm out of. Oh, wow. That was a good out. Just got out of it just before it halted, guys. Okay, it's halted and it's looking not as good now. 220 now looks like 190, 190. So out of it completely. And there's the Vox. Bit of a spread issue, 960, 976. Market is doing its choppy thing right off the bat. Actually, I would say ever since 8:30 Eastern time, you can see the up, down, topping tails, bottoming tails on the SPY. So the market is just sort of being very choppy right now. BAX is working for me anyway. BAX is continuing to work. I'm in that short, 34.83. So up 40 cents so far. Well, okay, here is that blank SPAC. I saw it in the pre-market, but again, gotta be really careful with these. Very low float, 766,000 in the float. Wow, look at BAX now. How are the other ones doing? Like DVA is not moving down the same way BAX is, and let's see FMS. Yeah, no, BAX is really 34 big test. Big market give up now. I shouldn't say that. I mean, we don't know. I mean, there's just it's too early. But I mean, it looks like a big red bar forming, but the wife's company still getting these nice upgrades over 100. Give me one moment, please. Okay, guys, I've covered some of the backs in case it cannot get through 34. I've covered some of the backs. It's underneath 34.20. So for 34.83. The low down here is 33.44. But you know me, old numbers, don't like them. All right, just focusing on this back to see if it can take out 34 in a big way. This has already been, in a steep decline for several weeks now. Ever since July, the week of July the 24th, it has been just fading, fading, fading. Now, this one may not be over. I'm completely out of it now. This is the TPST. Believe it or not, I will put an alert at the high of the day and see if it takes out the high of the day later. Yeah, Shaw in our YouTube room, very choppy again. The market very choppy. So depending what you're in, if you're in a stock that more kind of tracks the market, you're not having a lot of success. Just hard to keep in trades, even on the short side or the long side, because the market, is so choppy. Where are you going to put your stop? All right, Vasco, which is Victoria's Secret. So this now, guys, this is a reversal. This is a reversal play, guys. It had a nice, actually 3 decent days, but this is a reversal play right now. Okay, on my daily reversal scan, broke down through yesterday's low and has a lot of room still. 14 is the next low looking left. Market, moving down. So VSCO. See if there's any specific news on this one. I don't see it. This is what I'm talking about, guys. This is my daily reversal. Yesterday, this was absolutely full, well, very full by now, and got fuller and fuller as the day progressed. But everything was in light blue like this, which meant these were stocks that had gapped down the day before, but were moving higher today. So we don't see any yet like that. What we're seeing, so if it's yellow, that means the stock had gapped up the day before. So look at Vasco, the daily candle, the green, and now it's gapping down today, reversing a daily reversal. And of course, I'm sharing that scan. And of course, sharing the 10-day daily breakout and down. There's where I found the backs early. Well, we already knew backs from the pre-market work, but sort of a confirmation. And it is now through 34, or well, it's right at 34. Okay, guys, I'm covered everything in the backs now. It broke down through 34 briefly and now it came up. So I'm out of the backs completely. I really don't, yeah, as long as it has enough volume, I know what you mean about an ADR stock, but no, really don't pay that much attention. As long as it has volume and it sets up the way I want, I'll take it. Todd, I never do that. I may put a price alert a little bit below the low of the day just so that I know it's getting close, but I never anticipate a break of the or the high of the day you're saying, or could be the low of the day, or the reverse. No, I don't anticipate. Andy does that, he'll take more anticipatory trades, but I don't do that. I'll wait for the break. And then, I don't necessarily take the trade right off the bat anyway. But I don't, for instance, I don't say, okay, excuse me, just a minute. If I were looking to get long on VSCO, and here's the high right there, 1642, and I put an alert, say it's 1635, or there, I'm not going to take it in anticipation it's going to break it. No, I never do that. That's me. Okay, guys. This ETW, I did not take this one, but this would have been a nice one also. 280 down to 255. ETWO. I did not take it. This is on my 10-day daily breakdown. Again, I'm sharing this. Silk, yeah, had the alert at 660 right there, 660. It's at 658 right now. We'll see this again here in the repeating version of this. There we go. We'll see it right there. Okay, right there. All right, guys. Well, let's see if this really tanks now. Um, what my scanners, Momo. Okay, so Adam, what time is it right now? Usually I do all this at 10:30, but that's okay. I'll do it right now just to show you where my scans are. We have a IPO, guys, ATPC. Just give me one moment. Okay, I got out of my Vasco short. I took a small loss on that one. Okay, the Vasco, I did take a short on that one. Just wanted to get out of that. ATPC, this is now, so 1.7 million, $4. So it's still underneath. These IPOs have not been that good, guys. Okay, you wanted my scan. So anybody who wants my scans, all you have to do is click on my homepage link and scroll down a little bit. and in the middle section are my scans. So if you're looking for the Momo scan is right here. There's the abnormal option activity, and the one that I just flashed here is the 10-day daily breakout and down. It's not, it's individual, okay? So you're not going to get like this little doc channel version. You kind of pick and choose which ones you want. Some people don't care if they see they don't repeat, but and some people don't want to see stocks that are breaking down. They don't want to short. So anyway, you have your choice right here. Okay. Well, I got knocked out of my silk short also, guys. Luckily, I was really paying attention to it. Uh, yeah, it actually bounced quite a bit. So I'm out of that silk short. No, no, it's in my homepage. It's nothing to, well, I shouldn't say nothing to do with trade. This is my homepage, okay? That's why I put my homepage link, right, if you can see right above. It's on my homepage. It's something I've created for people, my scans. It's nothing. When I say nothing to do with tradeIdeas.com, you're not going to find it on the Trade Ideas website. You know, all the traders have their own ideas of scans, so I just created my own homepage where you can go to and find my scans and other information, of course. So do you see? You see what I'm talking about? Just above you, see where it says my homepage? Just click on the link, and this is what you're going to see. Just scroll down till you see the scan section. Okay. Meanwhile, FMS is continuing down now, guys. FMS continues down. Where is the next support area? Maybe on a weekly chart. Could be that 17. If it breaks down through 17, though, 1576. So let me just take a look here. Yes, the low is 1708, so it's right there. This is the week of first week of this year, actually. The second week of this year. And if it breaks down through that, boy, we've got all sorts of room down to 1572. So Adam, did you understand? I want to make sure you understood how to click on my link, and then you're going to find my scans. So what I'm going to do on the silk is just reset my alert and see if it gets back down to that 660 level again. That was a pretty sizable pop. Another one, SGRY, Surgery Partners. Anything to do with dialysis? I don't think so. This TPST may not be over. I mean, it has not had an utter collapse yet. Take a look at Groupon. Sure, had a horrible day yesterday. Just disaster day yesterday. A little bit of a recovery, a little bit of a bounce. What a day! I couldn't quite decipher. It was some financial news about Groupon. I couldn't quite decipher it though, but whatever it was, it caused it to go from 15 down to 10. When I say decipher, I mean I couldn't quite understand the complexity of it, but obviously not good. Well, I didn't see that. I didn't see that exact phrase, stocks. So market is okay. So now the market is starting to give it up. Okay, we're not in sort of chop mode anymore. So Nas is, I mean, everything is still up, but we've had two now green, or sorry, red bars in a row. Okay, so silk is now back down, but it has been very choppy. I don't know. I might have to just forget about it. Yeah, that's not what I saw stocks. I saw something else that was more convoluted than that's very clear. You're right. Tandem guys, TNDM. This is a reversal. Probably being helped with the market. TNDM. Nice day yesterday. Gapping down today. Diabetes care. Well, there you go. Another one. So, yeah. So any company that manufactures the dialysis machines or runs clinics and they're being hit because of the success of Ozempic. That's what the word is anyway. Yeah, Bax not in it anymore, but it did now break down again through 34. So remember what I've been saying. If you see something, now it's a little late for me now, but if you see something in the 10-day daily breakdown and also in the option scanner, really, oh, look at that. Yeah, really pay attention to it. It was just too early for me to take this, but you see how FMS at 9:32, suggestion to short at 17:45. Now we're starting to see it in the option scanner, 17:21. Actually, that I sort of missed that. I thought it was later. I thought it was earlier than that. So when you see the same stock in these two, really pay attention to them. These are two different scans. One is looking for abnormal option activity, and one is looking for a breakdown, a 10-day daily breakdown. So you see the same stock in both, pay attention. Nice. So here's another one, guys. Here's the TNDM. So there are there are four dialysis stocks: TNDM, BAX, TNDM, BAX, FMS, and one that's not showing because it's outside the price range that I normally look at, but the DVA. And here's DVA. DVA really is not done as, I mean, it's down a lot, but really hasn't moved that much since the market opened. The other ones have. So Adam, did you hear me? I didn't see a yes. You understand? Well, I did not take this one. I guess I should have taken this one. This was probably the best one in terms of a percentage move, FMS. As I said earlier, this has got room down to 1572. All right, let's take a look at something else here. So again, this DRS, this is something I've just held now for a couple of days in the, this is the third day actually. Wow, there's the backs continuing down. And to break 17, I'll be very happy. Um, that must be your machine, Jamie. I mean, mine did not take that long, maybe 10 minutes max. No, I did it last night. We were talking about the Microsoft upgrade or upgrade, whatever it's called, update. Here is the ETNB, and this is continuing down. This is a sympathy play with that AKRO, which got whacked yesterday. Now AKRO is at the low of yesterday. It did have a nice bounce. But look what happened. I did my video on this one yesterday. This was unbelievable. Not, I mean, it's unbelievable where how it dropped, but it was more unbelievable to me the after hours action the day before yesterday. Yeah, it's hard to see in this, but this is the day before yesterday, and you can see the after hours action for AKRO before they made their announcement the next morning. And most people probably thought, all right, they're going to have a great release. The data is going to be fantastic. I mean, this stock in the after hours went up almost $12. And then the next morning, and you're sitting there thinking, all right. And then if you got up at 7 o'clock Eastern time, this is what you saw. 60 down to $16. So this is continuing down, guys. AKRO. Well, you're right, Rolex, except a lot of people thought they knew. Yeah, I'm in Windows 11. I don't know if that makes a big difference in terms of the update, how long it takes. So where could ETNB go? Again, this is a sympathy play. It has a similar drug to the AKRO. There we go. I am in this one, so I'm just waiting to see if this can break the 17 level for tandem, TNDM. How does FIO look to me? I know FIO was showing up earlier, so let's take a look. Well, I look left, as I always do. So the next high, what did it get to? Well, it's at a high right now, I guess. Not the pre-market high. The pre-market high was around 245, but the high is 214 looking left, and then there's 222. So, I mean, to me, between 2 and 220 seems to be a fair amount of resistance, even though you did have a spike high in the pre-market. But I don't know how many shares that would have been up to 245. It's a low float though, 2 million in the float. A lot of volume, 12 million have traded, so 6 times the float. So that would be my concern. This whole area over here on the daily chart for FIO, PHIO. Boy, ETNB, just a lot of shares too. 638,000 interactive brokers are short, so there's no. I just think I'm too late now. This is what I'm looking at right now. Every time Tandem makes a new low, I'm going to see it here. This, if you have my daily reversal, you'll see Tandem, TNDM. Mm. Well, actually, Jeffro, we don't count the pre-market. I mean, high day and a low a day is always market hours. We can always, of course, have a reference to the pre-market and pre-market highs and lows. But when we refer to well, anyway, when I do referring to a stock making a new high of the day, it's always market hours, 9:30 to 4. The reason being is that you could have one crazy spike high on no volume with a big topping tail, which really, skews the data. Oh, it's a beautiful thing. Come on now. Let me put an alert down here at 1690. Well, I mean, this still has room. Yeah, I mean, the AKRO, I mean, in theory, it still has room down to that 1177. That's what made it so great yesterday. And all that room, 1177, even though it was already down about 60%. But when you looked left, it still had a lot of room to tumble. Well, I really don't have a bias one way or the other. People ask, do I only short? Of course not. But I mean, if the short opportunity presents itself, I'll certainly take it. But I really don't have a bias that way. It may seem that way, but I don't really have. I do have a negative outlook on some of these smaller ones, trying to chase them, going higher. But I always, and I think most will agree that the bad news is usually more devastating than the good news. Okay. I didn't want to go there, Goods. But yes, cliche, but it's true. When you think the way I look at it is this way, okay, when stock has great news, sure. I mean, like a TPST, but you always think, okay, come on, the TPST, somebody's going to finally eventually say enough is enough and start to, and there's going to be a big sell off. Okay. So in other words, people are going to look for tops. Now, some of these other bios though that are more expensive and probably more following, more to them, they can continue to move. I get that. But I think though that when a stock has horrible news, sure, there are going to be bottom fishers, but when a stock has horrible news, I mean, I just think it's really hard for somebody to start stepping in and buying, just because they think because it's going to be a bottom fishing situation. So I just think that stocks, it's just harder to get people convinced to start. Well, where is that bottom? I think it's easier to convince people. Well, this could be a top, and people are going to start taking some profit. Wow, the ET&T, wow, I didn't take it. Look at that, 869, 829 now. Great percentage drop. How can pre-market volume affect or can it influence intraday market volume? Yeah, I mean, that's good saying. I mean, that's why we do our pre-market work. We see the ones that have gapped up or gapped down. Always checking to see what the volume is. I mean, if something gapped down 100% on 5,000 shares, probably not that interesting. But if it gapped down 50% on 200,000 shares in the pre-market, probably pretty significant. On the other hand, we've see some earnings plays, and they're up, 5-10% in the pre-market, hardly any volume. Say I usually phrase it like this: when the market opens, probably the volume will pick up, and typically that is what happens. So, not a hard and fast rule, but definitely it brings attention because usually, if a stock is down, a significant amount, usually there is some pretty decent pre-market volume. Just one moment, please. Sure. I'll be right back, guys. Okay, give me a couple of minutes. All right, guys. Sorry about that. I'm back. All right, guys. So TPST does not look like it's not dead. It is not dead. I see it poking its head above two again. And in the interim, covered all my TNDM. Yeah, broke down. Well, you can see what it did. It broke down below 17, but you know me, the minute it gets into that 17 level, I'm itching to get out. So anyway, out of that, ETWO continues down, one of the few earnings plays. This is another one. I mean, a lifetime low, ETWO, lifetime low. Wow. Lots of shares too. 2.8 million to short at Interactive Brokers. So it's pretty amazing. Okay, guys, now I'll go over my homepage and what you can find now that I'm out of every trade. Okay, my home page, click on it, and this is what you're going to see. So right at the top, if you do want to take out a subscription, this is a way in which you can do it. Use my promo code Barry15 to get 15% off the first month only. If you do want an annual, let me know. I can get you a better discount, 25%. Just let me know in the either room. If you do take out a subscription, you must do the get started. It'll take you through your download and install, your first startup and login, introduction to scans, top lists, alert windows. Okay, so must do that. It'll take you about 30 minutes to go through the 10 short videos. New to trading, we've got a series of videos for you, starting off with what is a stock? Okay, there are 38 videos, increasing in complexity as you go through. So trading 101, and this is free. Stock of the day video that I do, it is free. Trade of the week is free. It's sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. If you sign up for it and you don't think you're getting it, please check your spam folder. If you have Gmail, please check your promotions folder. This is the education section right here, the user guide. There's like, excuse me. All right, there's that getting started again. More in-depth detail about what an alert window is, a top list window. You want to find out about stock racing, price alerts, how to set them. I use them all the time. I'll show you how. There's a getting started series again. And daily support. So I take a break between 12 and 1 Eastern time. Today is Wednesday, so it should be Jamie in our YouTube room. I'll confirm that before I take my break. I'll put the YouTube link in the main room so you can head over and listen to Jamie while he takes over for me for that 1 hour. And last, if you're looking for my scans and you've clicked on my home page, just scroll down and here are the scans that I have that I'm sharing. Pre-market actives up and down. This tells me what stocks have gapped up and down in the pre-market. There's the halts resumes, pretty active today. There is the momentum scan, Momo, right up here. Abnormal option activity is right here. And then the other two that I've flashed onto the screen for you sometimes, they're my 10-day daily breakout and breakdown right here, this section. And then the daily reversal where I found the tandem. Okay, and that's right there, the daily reversal. So I have other scans that I am sharing that I don't have actually up and running right now, but I do have some other scans I'm sharing. So you can take a look at them. Now, the only thing I would ask is that in when and if you decide you want to take out a subscription, just use my promo code, okay? So you can either well, if you say first of all, if you save my homepage link, then you have access to my scans anytime, the education section, okay? And then at some point you decide, yeah, I want to take out a subscription. Either you have either saved it or come into the room and use this to take out a subscription. This helps the room a lot. It helps to keep the room free. This is a free room. Obviously, it costs though to run a free room. So the more people who use my code to take out a subscription, the better it is for the room. Okay. How to link windows. How to link windows. Let me talk a little bit more about the pre-market volume. Okay, so this is what I do. Okay, when I take a look at my pre-market actives up and down, let me bring it up. Okay, I'll get to your question in a second, Luis. But let me just go through my. This is my pre-market routine, of course. Now this keeps running all day, but I don't have well, once the market opens, I just shut this down. So the first thing I scan or I sort on. First thing I sort on is the change from the close. The first thing I sort on is the change from the close. So, which is the obvious thing to do. You want to see the stocks that are up the most in the pre-market, the ones that are gapping the most in the pre-market. And if I see, and now then I'll click on the alert. I'll check to see if there's any news. Of course, there was some news on TPST, and you see the volume. You see that it's extraordinary volume. Now, it wasn't 101 million in the pre-market, but it was, I don't know, 20 million. Okay, so you know this is something you've got to follow. Okay, and so that's kind of, and on the way down, the same thing. The change from the close. I want to see the ones that are down the most. And again, if it has big volume, I mean, regardless of the volume, I mean, let's just say for argument's sake, I think I have a minimum of 20,000 shares or something that has to trade. Let's say it was 25,000 shares, but it was down 52%. I'm still going to click on it. I want to see, okay, why is that happening? Is there any news on that? But typically, for a stock to be down a lot or up a lot, typically there's going to be a lot of volume. So, so anyway, the other thing and also in keeping with that theme of pre-market volume, this volume to date percent, I'll also once I see the ones that are up the most, I'll also then click on this and sort it. Because if I see a stock if it was at 50%, now remember, I'm looking at the pre-market now. And when I'm looking at this, it's in the pre-market. If that's at 50%, that would mean that it is traded in the pre-market 50% of what it normally does all day. That would be pretty significant. So there's another, but it doesn't mean it's just identifying stocks to follow. That's all it is. Okay, Luis, how to link windows. Now, what do you mean by that exactly? Are you talking about when I click on an alert as an example, and when I click on Vox and these three charts change to Vox? Is that what you mean? What do you mean by linking exactly? Okay. So with our charts, basically just two options. If I right click on a chart and I go to properties, scroll down to properties, this box will pop up and you see there's symbol linking, and it's either checked or not checked. The only other thing, just make sure that it says link to all. It should default to link to all, but just in case it doesn't, you see if I hover over this other box pops up and it should say link to all, check that. So if I have this checked, then that's why when I click on an alert, these three time frames change. The SPY doesn't because I don't have it checked. Okay, I don't have it checked. I right click, you won't see the box. It'll pop up on my other monitor. But if I look at properties now, but that box that is popped up on my other monitor, but the symbol linking is unchecked. That's all it is. And again, don't forget to save your work, guys. At the very, very, very least, file, exit, and it's going to say, do you want to save your layout? Yes or no. If this is the sort of layout you want to see every single day, just say yes. The reason I say that is that even like a change like that, every change has to be saved. And so if you do the overall, save your layout, yes or no, yes, then every little change you've ever made will be saved. Any thoughts on WE winning a lot of races? Okay. Boy, look at ETW. Oh, yeah, I mean, this is WeWorks, right? Yeah. So, well, they had some news, not good news the other day. Well, as always, Peter, I'm always going to look left. So, I mean, in theory, this has room to 307, in theory. before it hits the next high in the daily chart. The volume, it's okay. Relative volume is only 0.86, so it's not trading, but the volume is obviously starting to pick up. It's a low float, 12 million in the float. Don't see any news on this one, but I mean, obviously it's been in. I mean, this is a beaten up, psychologically a beaten up stock. Well, WeWork, if you know the history behind it. So, but right now you're kind of in chase mode. You might want to wait for a pull back to the VWAP. See if that happens. 246 is the VWAP. But because right now you're kind of chasing it. No, you're right. TPST is not done, apparently. Actually have an alert set in the high of the day, see if it takes it out. Look at the volume, 105 million, 7 million in the float. Oh, what a miss, guys. I just thought it was too cheap to short, but ETWO, one of the only earnings plays that I saw. And look at this, all-time low, 280, potential short opportunity, 222 now. That's a tremendous percentage move. Well, it sure ran pre-market or after hours, didn't it? From 23 cents, got up to $1.18, pulled back a little bit. Oh man, I should simply in my back short. I'm not. Well, this for sure would have shown up on our after hours scan, TPST. No question. Depending on the price limit you had on it, or price range you had on it. But you can see right at 4 o'clock, went from 23 cents up to 45 cents. Next candle, 61 cents, all the way up to $1. You would have seen this if you were using our after hours channel. Now, do they all do this? Of course not. And I'm sure even this action right there, people thought, all right, whatever. This has been a stock that has done something like this in the past. Okay, guys, just to continue on with just a general discussion of what trade ideas is all about. And first of all, if you're new to the room, welcome to the room. This is the format Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m., which I share my screen and I'm live on the mic. So if you took my Momo scan as an example, and you want to know what it's all about, you just right click, configure, and then click on summary. So there are many screening programs out there to buy. Okay, and we of course have the screening capability, but what we're really good at, real-time alerts. So in this particular scan, if the stock is between $1 and $100, the current volume is at least 3, meaning it's trading at least 3 times normal up to this time of day. It's time sensitive. The volume in the last minute is at least 1,000% of normal, and 5 minutes is 400. This gives it the momentum. Okay, that's why I call this Momo. So if all of these filter values are met and the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. Just give me a moment. So the last time that happened was right here. So not that long ago. So excuse me, AUGX at 10:50 Eastern Time made a new high of the day at 578. That's why we see that one. If TPST makes a new high up here at 254, we'll probably see that, assuming the volume keeps increasing, as an example. Now, if you like this scan, but maybe you wanted to change something, maybe you don't like the price range, or maybe you want a different volume or something else, of course you can. You can either keep it the way I like to see things, or you can, of course, adjust it the way you like to see things. So if you do make an adjustment, let's say I want to make a change to the price range, make it 10 and 100. Now it's 10 and 100. You would just say, okay, and then you would save it to your cloud. Okay, and now it's yours. Now, if you want to create your own scans, of course you can. If I right click configure and instead of clicking on summary, I click on search. And you'll see here are all of the real-time alerts that you have access to. Right at the very top, the new high and the new low. TUP guys, yeah, TUP is on the run here. TUP on the move. You can see it right now, okay? 1052, 1053, 215, just made a new high. So here are all the real-time alerts that we have. You don't have to learn them all. You know, if you want new 5-minute highs or 5-minute lows or 10-minute highs, 10-minute lows, things like that. But we have a lot of different real-time alerts. And these are the filters that we've got, the screeners. So again, you don't get hung up on how many we have. The reason we have so many is that most people probably, when the company started anyway, they figured most people would not want to have to learn a programming language in order to create a scan. So they had to create enough different alerts, real-time alerts, and filters so that the majority of our customers could create the type of scan they're looking for. Okay, so don't get hung up on how many we have. Ah, shoot, Basco did go down. Took a small loss on that one. Yeah, it's too whippy, a little too whippy for me. Ooh, guys, DVA now is taking a bit of a dive here. DVA, bit of a dive. Again, this is the I don't know if this is the biggest one. I mean, it's the biggest priced one or largest priced one, highest priced one. I'll get it right. Highest priced one of these kidney. So it doesn't look like they make the machines. Well, guys, there is a. I think this is going to get halted. Yeah, it just got halted. Shoot, I just missed it too. TPST just got halted. So it doesn't look like they make the machines. They just run the centers. All right, guys. And if you have questions, don't be shy. You can ask me questions all day long. You don't have to think that you're interrupting me. If I'm in a trade that I requires my full attention, okay, how do you zoom in on a chart? Okay, so if from our YouTube room, so if you left click on a chart, just to let the system know what chart you want to be in, you're in. Just left click on the chart. Control key, keep press down on the control key on your keyboard, and then with your scroll wheel on your mouse, to scroll in and out. Okay, so control key, press down on your keyboard, and use your mouse wheel to scroll in and out. Okay. Up to now, you haven't showed how to set up the weekly high and daily high alert. Not sure I understand what you mean. You mean you using our price alerts? I mean, all of these. Any if I see anything up here, it's a high. It's a daily high. Okay, anything up here is a daily high. As far as a weekly high is concerned, I don't use weekly highs. Um, so I'm not sure I know what you mean though. Are you talking about a price alert or in an alert window? Okay, so I haven't used this for a long time, but if you right click configure, so here you see days. So if you want to see a stock that is just making it, say, a new 4-day high, in theory, you can put four. Okay. Now the problem is, and I'd have to check. I never get a right answer from our development team, but it counts Saturday and Sunday. So for instance, if you use this on Friday, that should work. Okay. Because it'll look back 4 days. If you use it on Thursday, that could still work. But if you use it on Wednesday, you might have to add 2 days to it. So you might have to put six. You see what I'm saying? It's kind of confusing. Okay. You might have to add 2 days to it to take into account. So if you're looking for a new high and you're running this on Monday and you want a 4-day high, you have to count Saturday and Sunday. So you'd probably have to put six. What you can do now though, because it's Wednesday, put three in, okay? Just to test it. But you can use this. You can use it. It's just a matter of adjusting for Saturday and Sunday as days that are counted, unfortunately. Meanwhile, boy, this TPST is just still, I think it just got halted again, didn't it? Has to be halted, yeah. You know how you can tell? You can tell so easily. There was so much action at 280, and you could see 280, 281, 280, and there's no way in the world that the stock is not moving. So when I was watching this, now it's halted, and now the projected open could be 290. Just for fun, I will bring up, I don't use this anymore. I used to use it all the time. Basic new highs and lows. And this time, oh, I do have three. Why do I have 3 days? I actually have 3 days in here. Interesting. Okay. What else do I have? 120, 400,000. Yeah, I'll get rid of this. See what sort of, see if it makes sense when I start getting alerts here. Okay, guys, what time is it? 11:03. Wow, fast morning. Fast, fast, fast morning. Look at the average true range for this TPST. This is why I don't use this. It's reference, that's all, but I would never put a limit on it. But usually it only trades, over the last 10 days. Range has been 4 cents. Now, today's range is only 98 cents. Understanding though that it doesn't count, the pre-market, after hours, and the pre-market and all. Only the first print of the day. Okay, that seemed to work. I'm just looking at this. Okay, putting in three here. IE just made a 3-day low. Okay, there was the low right there at 11:10, and I think whatever the reason why we're triggering what we'll call late is because there are other filters in place. But I can see now that is a 3-day low. So hopefully, depending on what filters you've got, it'll actually trigger, at the 10:50. Oh no, no, that was right. I am right. So the 3-day low was 10:56. And so we got an alert at 10:48, and it's possible, that maybe some other filters weren't met until the 10:48. So it looks like that works anyway on the 3-day low, and it would work for the 3-day high. Hmm. Well, I'll have to ask the question. So Wolfhound is saying that the windows look a little blurry. Is that the consensus that the resolution isn't what it normally is? So in YouTube, no, of course we have different resolutions in YouTube and also in the main room. Blurry, really. Hmm. Not sure what I can do. Like blurrier than normal, or just well, then Hall's. The problem is that some are saying it's clear, some are saying a little blurry. It must be, your machine. It must be on nothing I can do. Not that I'm aware of, unless Pepe says, yeah, just do this, but nothing that I think I can do. Meanwhile, TPST Hall again. Yeah, so Hall says his is crisp and clear. So it's got to be, everybody has different computer configurations, of course. And, I don't know, nothing I can do. Mine is a 4K monitor. Yeah, I mean, always make sure if you're in YouTube, make sure you're using 1080. Yeah, so with the gear, make sure you are, selecting 1080. That's what I'm doing it in. I mean, that's an obvious thing, but nothing I can really do on my end. All right, guys, it is now 11:09, so things have settled down a little bit now for me. So Tuck is also coming into the 200-day moving average, 235. But more importantly, this area over here, maybe this 220 area, might stall it. Well, coffee. Okay, you didn't see. I was just showing you that on that basic new highs and lows, I actually have a 3-day low and a 3-day high, and it triggered perfectly for 3 days anyway. And I think because today is Wednesday, I would probably have to, if I wanted a 4-day, I would probably have to go five. I probably have to go six. Yeah, six for today. If I wanted a 4-day high. I just don't use that anymore. Because most of the things that I see are, they're breaking out either 10 days or at least 5 days. So for me to actually get an alert on a 3-day high or a 4-day high, for me personally, is not that relevant. That's why I really haven't used it. Well, where is this one going to open? Still above 309. Again, this is from Interactive Brokers, guys. Nothing to do with trade ideas. This blue screen you see here. I would love to just have this on my screen all the time. The problem is I'd be asked over and over again, where is this in trade ideas? So that's why I don't do that. Shoot, there's the Vasco. Victoria's Secret moving down. I was in this one, took a small loss on the short. ATPSD just opened. Boy, the strength of this is amazing. I'm looking where I got in and out earlier, and but there's no way I could, that could have just collapsed all the way back down to 20 cents. So I don't beat myself up too much, not too much. Oh, I'm always looking for the risk reward ratio. It's not a percentage for me. I'm always looking for the risk reward ratio, a minimum of a 1 for 2. I'm glad I didn't chase it. So now it's halted again, 295. Now it looks like on the way down for a while anyway. Yeah, I always look for if I'm risking 10 cents on the trade, where based on where I think my stop should be, I have to look left and I have to see, could I make 20 cents? And of course, that's all based on looking left for me anyway. Where's the next high on the daily chart or the weekly chart? If in this scenario where I'm risking 10 cents, it has to be at least 20 cents away, the minimum. The more the better, but the minimum. Yeah, that's my minimum. Most of the time, it's going to be way more than that, but that's my minimum. I know a lot of people will go one, it has to be a 1 for 3. All right, guys, I'm just a little bit of a lull in the action now. Oh, here's another crazy one potentially. If you haven't seen this one trade in the past, top. That's right, guys. Back here, April. Now this year, this stock hit $256. You're not. This is not a typo or a misprint. Low float, China, 3.3 million in the float. No reason for it. You're saying, well, why did that happen? There's no real reason other than, um, for whatever reason, the mania of getting in this. Now, remember, it did close at 112. Okay. Okay, guys. So there's top. Again, this is a daily reversal also. Top is a daily reversal. So a stock that was down yesterday and trying to move higher today. So the next high for top is 522 on the daily chart. But man, again, you will not find any news on this. Okay. This is just a trading vehicle somewhere. Some group has decided maybe to pump this. They're not doing a great job. It's only up 7%. There's timing is everything in this, obviously. So I was too early on my Vasco short. The timing is everything. Dealing with the market. Sometimes you get into something too early or too late, but look at this market. Wow, big down. This is now a pretty severe red candle, obviously, and building up steam here. So we have a little disconnect in the market. So the Dow is down, Nas is up. So a little disconnect so far, between the so-called value versus growth stocks. Yeah, somebody mentioned FIO earlier, PHIO. It is making a new high. Choppy though. And then look at the bottoming tails, topping tails, not smooth. You know, when I say that, I mean then if you took a trade here, where are you going to put your stop? You took a trade at 220 and it got down to two. Where's your stop? If you put your stop at two, that means you have to have a reasonable expectation of making 40 cents on the trade. And if I look left, I don't see that that is reasonable to assume you could make 40 cents on the trade. Not looking left on the weekly or the daily chart where I see potential areas of resistance. DVA now is starting to give it up more, guys. DVA coming into, well, it's below those levels now, or is it? 73.20. Yeah, so it's below that low. Next low is $70.80. So about $2, almost $3. Sorry, $2 to the next low on the weekly chart for DVA. Yeah, and just because I think something could stall at, at an area doesn't mean it's going to, of course. You guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. All right. Okay, so Ahmad, so the question is, how accurate is the float and short float percent in trade ideas? So we have a provider that gives us this information, of course, and you're absolutely right. If you go to probably 10 different websites, you can probably find 10, especially for the low price ones, you could probably find 10 different float values and short float percent. Okay, so who is right? I really never know. Okay. I never really know. I mean, there might be one site that is always bang on. I really don't know. The other thing is that those numbers, and this is for everybody, get updated every 15 days, twice a month. So I'll say the 15th and 30th. Of course, if the 15th or 30th fall on a holiday or on Saturday or Sunday or a holiday, but typically twice a month, those numbers get updated. Okay. But I could probably go to a web. You could probably find 10 different websites with 10 different float information for some of these really small ones. I'm not saying our provider is the best. I don't think it's the worst, but it's really hard. When most of these companies have done reverse splits, several of them, and so sometimes it's really hard to get a handle on the float. The one I use to check, the one I think is pretty good, if I don't think our float information is, or if I want to check on our float information, I can give you a website, and I think it's pretty good. It won't show you any of the large cap stocks, but that's typically not what the problem is, if there is a problem. But it's called Dilution Tracker. Okay. But again, you could look at that site, which seems to have some pretty good information, but maybe you go to Yahoo, you go to FinViz, or you go to other websites, and you might get different information. So it's sort of frustrating, but my whole feeling about it, as long as it's in the ballpark. Okay, so we have a float of FIO right now. Oh, well, let's check that site. Just for fun. Let's check that site. Yeah, okay, so in this particular case, it's pretty bang on. They say 2.2 million. We've got 2.18, so that's in the ballpark, obviously. If this had said, like, I don't know, if we had 2 million and the actual float was 40 million, okay, that's way out. Even if, to me, as long as it's in the ballpark, 2, 3, 4 million, I mean, is it not going to make that much of a difference? And again, nobody has been able to tell me. I suppose if you scour through all their filings and all, maybe there's an official float. I don't know what websites do that. Yeah, I check that one too. I used to check that one all the time, the float checker, because it gives you what FinViz and Wall Street and all that. And even there, you can see some variations, big variations. But a few months ago, somebody said you should try this one, the dilution tracker. And but if it's a large cap stock, you will not see it. But typically, the large cap stocks, the float is pretty consistent. It doesn't really matter where you're getting your data from. Usually, that float is pretty consistent. So it's only the low float stocks that have done, multiple reverse splits. That's the issue. Hey, no problem. All right, guys. Well, I'm missing the boat on the DVA. Well, that's about the same for us. What do we say? 2.18. So it's certainly within the ballpark. This one's got a little bit of room, guys. It's a TMDX. Let's see. I don't think it's anything to do with dialysis. No. Okay. So it's not a dialysis play today, but TMDX on the way down. And this is one of those, well, it's actually, yeah, it should be on the reversal. It's not on the reversal, but it's another scan that I've got. TMDX. When you look left, the next low is around 44. So it's at 46.32 now. So that's enough room. So Tupperware has stalled, kind of where I thought it might stall, right in this area here. Jumps to a 5-week high after credit agreement update. So they filed for, I guess, what, Chapter 11? No, I shouldn't say that. I'm not 100% sure that that's what they did. Not today, but previous. Yeah, big spike for NCR, guys. NCR, a lot of volume coming into NCR right now. In talks to merge ATM business with Brinks. Okay, so that's the reason for this big spike for NCR. I had a friend used to say that all the time. Good, don't you know? It brings back memories from a bygone era. Heck of a short from the top there. Oof. Well, look at this one. Well, this is the one that I was demonstrating that worked on the 3-day low, i.e., out of Vancouver. I thought they were out of Vancouver, Ivanhoe. Boy, Acro, another new low, guys. Acro, another new low. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I was clicking on Neog. I thought this was Acro. I'm sorry. So Acro, not another new low. Neog, Neog. This takes out 50. I mean, it's got a little bit of room to about the 1450 mark, 1445 or so. NEOG. Some of these companies I just have, I've never heard of them. You can read about them in the profile. Just can't chase it down now. The VSCO, really, really nice one. It just was too early, but there was the alert 1557, 1516 now. Again, this is just a reversal play. Stock that was up yesterday, down today. Boy, TP's got that look, guys. I'm telling you, look at this. Look at it. It won't give up. There has been not been what I would consider gigantic profit taking that has happened. You can cut. In fact, it just got halted. It just got halted as I'm speaking about it. Well, you would think if none of this stops, that there's the 200-day moving average, 235 right there for Tupperware, TUP, that blue line you see on the chart. All right, guys, 11:37 in about 20 minutes. I'll be taking my break between 12 and 1 o'clock Eastern time. I'm just going to check with Jamie to see if he's in the taking over for me in YouTube today. Sometimes he listens to me. And the answer is yes. So Jamie will be taking over for me in about 20 minutes in our YouTube room. Before I take my break, I'll put the YouTube link into the main room so you can head over and listen to Jamie. What happened with plug on you, Coffee? So when did you take it? I mean, it had the obviously the huge move in the pre-market. Market opened on the way down. In fact, yeah. So when did you take it in the pre-market? Because this has been, had a 30-minute pull-up, but this has been basically a sell-off since the market opened. All right, TPST opened again. Yeah, the different like chapter 11, that's the only one I'm really familiar with, the chapter 11 that allows them to try to reorganize and pay off some of the debts, and so they're not officially bankrupt. I think, for instance, Bed Bath and Beyond is officially bankrupt. Though they're talking about something turning into Butterfly or something. Halted again. TPST halted again. Yeah, so I mean, I mean, I'm not going to tell you not to ever do that again, but you hear me say all the time, I like to not trade in the first 15 minutes just to let things kind of settle down. Yeah, absolutely. Run the risk of something that starts moving right from the get-go and keeps moving in the direction you want. But I've just been hit too many times trading in the first 15 minutes with stocks that look good, and then they just reverse on me. What's bizarre? Not trading in the first 15 minutes? Okay, another one showing up on the 10-day daily breakdown is CHPT, and this is also something at a lifetime low. CHPT, something at a lifetime low. Charge point. Look at this. I mean, this has just been creamed. I wish it weren't right at the whole number. I would probably take this right now, but it's at right at the whole number. Well, it'll be interesting to see. I mean, I'll put Burke here when it opens. Treat the price alert, $1. So when it opens, I'll know about it. They're just, I think, I mean, they're in a tough sector, retail sector, XRP. It's sort of been rallying a little bit, but well, guys, moment of truth. If we're in this top, is at that 235 mark. I have no idea if XRT is on that list. Was it really? Okay. TPST just continues. Unbelievable. Well, I don't know. I mean, so the 5 day, are you talking about today being the fifth day? Or are you looking at 5 previous days? I mean, and there's, wow, NCR. So this merger talk or business deal with Brinks, this looks like it was a sort of a great short, but right now this is really taking off. NCR. But you could find, I mean, you could find NCR on the momentum scan. So you would have wanted an alert at 2702. What did not show up on yours? Okay. Well, you must have some filters in that are preventing it then, because it's showing up on mine. What filter would have prevented it on yours? This is what I have in my momentum scan. So obviously the new high of the day, current volume, maybe you have a higher current volume. I have 3. These filters aren't terribly tough. Or maybe you maybe have tougher filters. Okay, guys, so in about 12 minutes, Jamie is going to take over for me in our YouTube room. So this NEOG, it's just inching down penny by penny. I wish it weren't at 15. I'd love to take this short, but it's right at 15. All right, guys, CHPT broke down through 4. So I've taken some of this short. Let's see if this, and it's an all-time low. Let's see if this has any traction on the way down. Hopefully it's not tracking the market too much. So I'm in this short, and yes, I'll be taking my break, but I'll be watching it, of course, while I'm on my break. Just underneath 4 for the CHPT. Had the alert at 403. Actually, okay, so this is another one. This is another one that is showing up in the abnormal option activity and in the, come on, and in the 10-day daily breakdown. Same price, 403 in both. But remember, very different filters used. So when I see the same one in both, I definitely want to be attentive to it. Meanwhile, TPSD resumed. And it still has room, okay? When we look left, 380 or so on the weekly chart. Yeah, 380 is the next high looking left. It takes that out. It could get to 420. Look at the volume. Look at this. This is the daily volume. So it had a little bit of volume yesterday. So there was maybe a little bit of a clue this was going to be happening. Look at the volume yesterday. This does not count pre or after hours volume. Okay, so look at the volume bar yesterday, for the previous months, this was doing nothing in terms of volume. And now, so yesterday, what did it do? It did 27 million shares yesterday and really didn't move much. Increase in put volume on Tiva, okay. Okay, guys, so I'm going to put the YouTube link in the main room now. Jamie is not there yet, but I want to put the YouTube link in now so that if you want to head over, Should be there within 8 minutes. So looking at our website, new website, obviously TPST right front and center. That's the change in the last 30 minutes. Let's take a look at the change from the open. 68% change from the close. This will be even more startling. Yeah, 13 dwarfing everything else. Can hardly see anything else. So TPST is just lambasting you. Look at me, look at me, look at me. Oh man, that was an awesome short that we got stopped out on. Look at the Vasco now, VSCO. Just a great short. It had all sorts of room. That's why I took it. I was just a little too early. Yeah, that's almost exactly the way I trade in terms of what Shady was saying. Have to have a reasonable expectation of making a one for two. But I don't, if a stock got really close to that two, so let's say I'm risking 10 cents. And so that means I have to, the one for two would be making 20 cents. And it got to 18 cents. It's not, as Shady says, it's not all or nothing. I mean, if all of a sudden it started to drop down to, I'm only 15 cents up or 12 cents up, I will probably take some off. All depends on how it's trading. It's not sort of, it's one to two or bust. No, that's why I'm always managing the trade. But I think the key thing is to have the reasonable expectation of at least a one for two risk reward. But as Shady says, you don't know just because you think you have an expectation of doing it doesn't mean it's going to happen, of course. Am I short, Carl? No, I'm not. I'm not. Asked if I was short AMC. I'm not short AMC. Man, when I look at where I got out of, oh wow, TPST. I can't, but I had to follow, on that. This could have easily just continued down to $1. I mean, it just didn't. Okay, guys, I'm going to put my announcement in. I'm anticipating Jamie will be in our YouTube room any moment now. There he is. Jamie.
Hello, Barry.
Hello.
Hi, can you hear me?
I don't think you can
Testing,
hear
testing.
me.
Hello.
Can you guys hear Jamie? In YouTube, can you hear Jamie? I can't hear him. I mean, I can hear him, but he can't hear me.
Yes, yes, I can hear you now, Barry. But there
Oh,
was a
you
little bit
can.
of
Okay.
there was some distortion, and then it cleared up.
Okay.
Okay, so we are connected and good. Boy,
Okay.
is TPST gonna set the record for halts today, or what?
I think it's got a ways to go, believe it or not. But it may set the record for the biggest percentage gain.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, look at that. I mean, remember now, this was a 22 cent stock yesterday when it closed.
That is just insane.
It is
Oh, and
insane.
it's a pharmaceutical. I'm
It
so
isn't. Oh,
surprised.
imagine that. Yeah. I'm going to hold it. I'm going to sink everything I own into this, and I'm going to hold it overnight.
Yes, that's
Yes.
exactly what I was about to say.
Isn't that good? Let me just, by the way, guys, okay, Jamie's obviously in the YouTube room now, so he's there. So I'm going to put myself on mute in the main room. Okay, now I'm muted myself. Yeah, so yeah, crazy, crazy, crazy action on that one. It had an after hour burn, but even this morning, in the pre-market, it dipped down below $1 again. I thought, okay,
Yep,
what could it possibly do?
and now you
So
know.
now we know. That's the beauty of the market. I actually got in and out of that one way earlier. And when I look at my exit, I'm looking at the 391 now. Oh well. Anyway,
Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. Now let's talk real quick about the devil stock, Silk. This one has been
yes,
tricky, tricky.
it's been very tricky. Yes, and now it's setting up again. Maybe in my 10-day daily breakdown, the trigger was 660, so it's still sitting around there. CEO or president is gone. I guess they're guiding poorly, all time low, and I took the short early, and it just didn't work. But it's just, I mean, maybe if it takes out 660 again, I'll retry it. But yeah,
Yeah, it
it's
was. I took one stab at it, got stopped out, and like, yeah, okay, I see how that one's gonna move today. So,
hmm. And
what
how
are you
about
gonna do?
these dialysis stocks? Are you
Right, right.
following these?
Mm-hmm. What was the
So
drug?
well, it's Ozempic, of course, the drug, and I guess it's for these. I mean, it's a good news, really. I mean, these DVA, FMS,
Mhm.
Tandem TNDM,
Oh, now
and DAX.
the DVA has been good.
Hmm. But when I say good, I mean it's good they're following because that means that obviously people are not needing dialysis as much because of Ozempic. I mean that's the theory. It's helping people with kidney disease or not. The obesity drug is, I guess, is hopefully going to prevent more kidney disease. I guess
Well,
when people
wasn't it
are.
a? I thought Ozempic was a type 2 diabetes drug, but then everybody started losing weight on it.
Yes.
So then they started doing that. But then they kind of swept under the rug the fact that it's locking people's stomachs up.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. But you know what? There's no stopping this momentum right now. Anyway, with
Right, 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 right.
so
Hey,
many different companies have come
if
out
you
with it.
lock your
So
stomach up, guess what? You're going to lose
yeah,
weight.
that's right. That's right.
Okay, my friend, I know you have things to do.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks.
So I'll see you back here, top of the hour.
Yeah, okay. Thanks, Jamie.
All righty, bye bye. Okay, hi everybody. Let me just get my pen here in case we got to do any marky. So welcome to my desktop. Let's see here. Yeah, I've got it in the right format. Everything looks good. There's my pen. And so hello to everybody. This is the hour that we allocate for the live support session. So no pre-planned scripts or anything, just talking shop and trade ideas and markets in general. So just keep in mind if you have any questions about the software, um, let me know. I'll do my best to answer them. And can't help but notice that Goldman Sachs is ticking on down. This little guy right here, Microbe. ticking on down. All right, that's good. Okay, so everybody can hear. All right, Marty, what do you got there? I told him to go yes, you only live once, right? Um, but yeah, TPSD just going bonko today. Of course, I did not. I dabbled around in it a little bit, up a little bit, but just never could really get in the flow with that one. But as I was telling Barry, the DVA, now that was a good one. Silk a little too twitchy for me. As traders, we all kind of have to decide which stocks are conducive for us. And tried Silk one time this morning. Now, plug. Barry was talking about that one. I was hawking this one way early. Um, it's just, it's a brutal. Actually, not plug. What was the charge point? Charge point. I was like, it wasn't $7. Charge point. Okay, nice swoon off the open. Get our little sideways action there, and then the biggest release of the day. Well, with the exception of the opening beat down from 460. Nice little release there from the $4 level, and good for about a dime there. Where it stops, nobody knows. All right, Trevor, is there a symbol limit amount for symbol lists? If you're talking about a top list, right, which I think you are, such as I have right here, if you right click, go to properties, wait, no, it's actually history, time frame, record count. Okay. By default, you're going to be capped at 100 symbols for a top list. However, maximum is 1,000. Um, only caveat there, if I do say, well, this is pointed to a custom list, so it's not going to get over the amount of stocks that I have in my list. But once again, time frame, set record count. That's how you can up your symbol limit. Just keep in mind, if you do have a top list with 1,000 stocks in it, you will notice a little bit of lag when that thing goes to refresh. All right, because it has to refresh 1,000 as opposed to 100 or 200. Um, so I think that's what your question was related to, Trevor. But if that was not it, just let me know. So once again, right click, time frame, set record count, and the SPY continues down. Where might we stop today if we keep a little downside pressure? Well, I was looking at this today, you know, when we opened, and I'm thinking to myself, well, it's been a heck of a push here after the past 3 days, getting above the 10, the 20 period moving average with a nice little close there. So I wouldn't be surprised, if we're testing the top of that candle from yesterday. This downside pressure remains, we might go visit yesterday's lows, make for some good trading opportunity, but the sky would not be falling, just kind of adjusting back into its new home here and maybe go sideways for a couple of days. And then we go test this level or maybe go test this level. Who knows at this point? Yes, Trevor. If you had a custom list of over 1,000, then yes, that 1,000 symbol limit would still be in play. Which a lot of people that have, they want to watch a lot of stocks, or let's say you do have some gigantic custom list, break it into 2 or 3 top lists, each looking at 3 to 500 stocks. That would slow down you know, um, the slow refresh. Just kind of slice it and dice it sometimes. Okay, so let's check in on, let's see if little microbe. I mean, this thing was, if you check the action out yesterday, this little thing had a seller in it, which was quite obvious. And we got that break there from 178. Boom, good 12 cents there. And on the bounce, boy, that thing just marched up nice. Got the big gap up today. Up here in this little ridge right here, I'm thinking to myself, well, that seller still might be there today. And this is a very low risk entry. And we can see it's working quite well. Um, I got to take a gander at this on the 1 minute just to see. I left it with a trailing stop, and I think I might still be in it. So, yeah, we'll see if it wants to give up any more. All right, AMC getting a little time in the sun today. Always good for if you're an ape. All right, Carl, see your question there. The question is, what are the pros and cons of the alert windows and top list? Do they point towards separate setups or are they complementary to each other? And that's a very good question. It's probably a topic I haven't addressed in a very long time. Um, First, I'm going to right click and hit configure in this top list window. And what you're going to notice is it looks very similar to the inside of the alert window with one, exception. There are no alerts in here. Okay, if I go to an alert window, pretty much looks just like the inside of the config window for the top list with the exception of alerts. Okay, so the big difference between a top list and an alert window is when we're using a top list, we're just using filters. Okay, now since this one is pointed to a custom list of only stocks I want to see, I don't have any filters here. Okay, I've got my columns of interest, relative volume, 5 minute volume, any big size on the ask, which, when you see, you know, lig and TMF with big asks, not a big deal. But those are just the columns that I prefer. Of course, we can quickly sort by relative volume, top at the top of the list. Also an AI trade today. And, had to sit a little bit of a wiggle from the entry. But bam, if you're able to hang in there, you got rewarded in the end. Or in this case, the second cheese gets the mouse, right? But I stray from the topic here. So in a top list, we just use filters. So if I did have a filter set in place here, then, and I was looking at the entire market, the stock would not show up on the list unless it was meeting the filter requirements, right? So let's take a look at my turbo brakes alert window here. And you can see I've got a complement of filters. This thing's just looking at the entire market. Stocks between 1 and 50, got to be doing relative volume of 2, can't be printing outside of their market, and average daily volume, I believe I've got 1 million shares in there, right? Now, the thing about filters is they all have to be met at the exact same time or simultaneously. So any stock meeting this filter criteria, even right now as we're speaking, nothing's coming through my turbo breaks up. But if one of the stocks meeting the filter criteria hits a high, then that's when we see it come through the list here. So to reiterate, top list, only stock that's going to show up on the top list is a stock that meets the filter criteria. If one of those filters fails to be met, on the next refresh, the stock will drop off of the top list. In the alert window, same thing applies to the filters. They all have to be met, all or none. Once one of the stocks meeting all of the filter criteria is identified and it also triggers the event, in this case, a new high, then that's when we see it come through the alert window, just like VCNX met all the filter criteria, just topped a new daily high, and there we see it in real time down to the second. Okay, so just top ticked a buck 19, now it's buck 20, so forth and so on. So Carl, those are mainly the differences. You could call them pros and cons if you know if 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 that's the way you choose to do it. It's really just differences in the way that they function. So let me know if that covered it for you, or if I need to go into any more detail. All right, good little microbe. All right, just making sure I didn't miss anybody's questions here. All right, looks like we're all caught up. So if you have any questions or if you'd like me just to take a look at anything, any stock on a chart, um, we can do that too. Let's just check in on the DVA one more time. Funny thing in the trading world, sometimes you get excited and get going too fast. And let's see here. Yeah, I think I got when when I first went to short DVA this morning. Somehow in the box I typed DBA and shorted that one. So that was a total accident trade. Um, but it's still working. So you got to laugh and have a laugh at that. Um, so not only was I short DVA, but I accidentally shorted DBA and put a stop in. And thus far, I'm still in the money on it. So sometimes a mistake works in your favor. Classic example, DVA versus DBA. All right, Peter. Peter asking about NCR. Every time I see NCR, I think about cash registers, but that was in the old days. Um, so, boy, definitely getting a lift today. I don't know what the news was, but not a bad play there. Probably had to be quick. That's a heck of a wick to all the way back down. Wow, that thing went nuts. Now, what's the news on it? Earnings aren't till the 31st. Merge, ATM business. Yeah, it just looks like a lot of chatter, but apparently the market is interpreting that as good. Now, when we look over here at the daily, wow, you're thinking to yourself, before today, and where did we open on that candle? We opened at 2672. So we opened in a normal spot, but then news apparently came out about 2 hours into the open, which I'm assuming is the catalyst here. Um, so, this didn't look too shabby as a swing trade after yesterday's close, getting up there and closing. I think we closed above that 10 period. Let's see, 2670. Yeah. So a nice healthy close above that 10 period. Clearly definable risk down here for a swing trade. And then just got the added bonus of what you see here today. Just powering through the 20. Doesn't really care about the 50 period either. And, just kind of doing some rudimentary analysis here. And, you know, one would have thought it might have stopped there, but blew right through there. So if we get a good close, and when I say a good close, if it closes above 2861 or the top of this candle right here, that would be extremely bullish for NCR. But not a bad looking setup coming into the open and as of the close yesterday, and then a nice little boop 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 today. CEO, some kind of shuffling going on there. Shaw, the question, what did I trade today? Well, I traded some of my favorite bank stocks, BCS, LYG, um, uh, TPST, I dabbled in, tried my hand at Silk. Um, didn't really do very well with Silk. I'd say my best trade, the one that's up the most today, is this little, well, we call it McRib. Other people call it microbe. I think McRib is a great name for it. But just clearly a seller in that thing today was identifiable. So thus far, still in that trade, and hopefully when I'm done here and I log back in, I'm still in it, but we'll see. So traded a universe of about 4 to 5 stocks today. And in a little bit about that, the market has been, well, I guess for lack of a better description, just the action's been a little strange, so to speak. Um, real small pockets of activity where crucial levels are, tested or burned through, and then a lot of dead space in between there. So you really had to bide your time and be patient this week thus far. Not so easy to do a lot of the times because you can get yourself into trouble if you're too eager. But definitely waiting for pristine setups is it's always important. It's been a lot more important this week. Just my 2 cents. All right. Any other questions? Just throw them out there. Now, Dawn of the Dead. Let's take a look at the top 10 today. Yesterday, the IWM had a, well, let's see how many days. 1, 2, 3, 4. But still pretty much in the doldrums at the lower end of this range here on the weekly. Might have a little bit more room to the downside. We'll see. Of course, top showing up. Not a bad move for top today, but not the most pristine setup. And of course, no shocker to see TPSD up there. SCHR. Now, Oregon. This little guy has been kind of fun to trade. Traded it a lot yesterday. Just kind of glance over here at the 15-minute from yesterday. Up at this little level right here, was able to identify a seller and take a nice little short position. Um, and I love it when things break below $1 because the screen flashes and all of a sudden it's gone, right? So some fun shorting activities yesterday in ORGN. Not really doing a whole lot today. I've actually got a list. I don't know where I put it just yet. Um, any stock that's hovering around $1.05, watch those because they like to gravitate down to that dollar level. So a lot of times, if you can get a nice price and identify a seller, already be in it 103, 104, 105, maybe even 102 or 101. Get down to that $1 level, and they sure like to release, and then that's a nice time to cover. Just another little technique I like to use from time to time. All right, let's check back in on. I don't see it coming through my low tickers. It ain't too far away though. Man, what a nice release today on CHPT. More than likely, just because all the EV stocks had nice little runs over the past couple of days, and now it's time to balance the equation, so to speak. All right. I see this one a lot. I usually don't, it's just kind of not my cup of tea. A lot of the times it's not shortable as well. And hey, talk about a smiley face, crooked smiley face pattern there. But not a whole lot of quality setups from the Dawn of the Dead today. Not a bad little entry point here on Marzen. Obviously, buyers are very much in control. Little loop down, comes up here and breaks the $1.40 area. Takes a little dime right up there, 8 cents, 9 cents, not bad. Okay, how close are we getting? All right, well, yesterday's low, we'll just call it approximately 432, 433. We're already at 433.74, so another 80 cents or so. We'll be testing that level right there, and of course have a date with the 20 period. So wouldn't bet my life savings on it, but kind of looks like a high probability that that will play out today. All right, Luca, can I get your shorts on a BA short? Sure. Good old Bank of America. Now, I'm assuming you're talking about more from a swing trade perspective, or I mean, obviously, if you shorted it up here somewhere for intraday trade, you're looking good. Um, I mean, good Lord, look at that down cycle that BA had. I mean, that's a lot of days. I mean, a couple of smatterings of green in there. Since we put in the tail down here, 1, 2, 3, this is the fourth day of recovery from these lows. Of course, it's not all-time lows, but if we were scoping out the weekly here, all right, why are you going the opposite way? Supposed to go back the other way. Thank you. You know, where might we stop? You know, we put the tail in here on last week, but now this week we're cramming right up against, we got right up against that 200 period moving average. All right. So that's kind of a big deal there. To see another up leg, I think we would definitely need to see that weekly close up here above the 200 period moving average. And that would be around 202 and change. And then for the daily, we got 210. So if BA doesn't get punched down anymore, and we can see from the pre-market range right here, maybe this is where it stops, right? If it can recover a little bit today, get a nice close above that 20 period moving average, well, that'd be even, you know, that would be the bullish sign that you would want. Um, so that's all I got on BA there, Luca. Bank of America. Why did I call it Bank of America? Because it's BA's Bank of America. But yes, I stand corrected. That's Boeing. Just goes to show you, we'll trade it. Don't even care what it does. But yes, that is Boeing. Wolf, boy, it seems like Wolf's hitting lows all day, every day. Has a couple of green days every once in a while, but between Wolf and Woof, they've really been beaten down. I mean, different industries, but kind of funny how Wolf and Woof have really been getting shellacked as of late. And Wolf has the added benefit of being at all-time lows. Little word about all-time lows. I know Barry likes them too. I like them as well because there's no apparent downside support levels. It'd be great if they just would careen and go down as soon as we crack that level, but sometimes those are the most fierce bounces that you can get, right? So you have to be very attentive when you're short those plays. And 90% of the time, once you see them hitting all-time lows, matter of fact, wasn't that little fun stock? Let's see, 71, 72, 73, 74. Just trying to figure out if I've gotten stopped out. Yeah, it's going to be close, but we'll see. Um, Classic example. All right, you can see microbe or McRib here, and I'm pretty certain this is verified with the weekly. Yes, when I found this one yesterday, it was all-time lowing, right? And it went down nicely until the seller dried up, right? And then it took a heck of a bounce, you know, went all the way from a buck 79, put the wick in down 13 cents, which is a pretty significant, percentage move for that little stock, especially when you can be in some size. And then bounced all the way back to the entry level and then closed higher. Then they gap it up. But then the seller is obviously back. But the bounce was fierce, right? If you got stubborn on that when it kept holding it, you would have not locked in any profits. Okay. SPY making short work of this little down move here and doing it on extremely anemic volume here. We're only 35% of normal. Uh, currently on the SPY. So this is a low volume kind of blurb down. But we get down to this level, volume's not high, it's not going any lower. Well, it's going to make for some good, probably bounce opportunities, whether it's the market itself or another stock that, as Barry likes to say, moves with the market. All right, how much is the golden? The golden is now down 1%. The golden sack, or the vampire squid, as we like to call it. Yeah, Trader 77 heard me talking about Bank of America, which is BAC, now BA. Looking interesting. Three nice bottom. Let's just take a look at it. Yep, not looking too bad there. Got its close above its 10 period yesterday, and now having a little tangle with the 20. But out of this little on a gap nonetheless yesterday. And Trevor's asking about wing. Tommy want wingy. All right, little gap action and move higher today. So up 166 on the day. Looks like the 20 period is, we got some nice moving averages down here. Never got close to the 50. Tried. Perfect little sandwich there between the 200-day and the 20, and we can see that acted as a catalyst to get it up to the 10. And then today with the gap up, we're above the 10 period, so things are looking pretty bullish for wing. So eyes go to this little level here as to where might be the next level of supply. But when and if that day comes, if we do get a close above this level here, it might start the next leg of another little bullish cycle. And then we'd have our eyes on this next little channel, but we would need a close above this level today. In the meantime, we got the 10, the 20, and the 200 here kind of acting as a little backstop at these candle bodies right here. Not candle bodies, but just this little area right here. Bottoms of those, top of those. So, might go sideways in this area for who knows how many days, but definitely the 189 level. Once it gets there, we'll see if there's any supply. Lloyd's of London. Probably one of the thickest stocks in the market. Lloyd's, the big insurance guys, $16 billion company with a $2 stock. And let's check in on Barclays as well. Not a bad peel off from, the 787 level. Still doing under 1 on the relative side. Back pretty much emulating that, every Pac W. Of course, Goldman. I don't really trade Goldman. I just like to use it as a barometer for all the other financial type entities. Okay, so what's interesting today is we've got Boyle. Well, Boyle got its butt kicked earlier. All right. Pre-market activity opens here. Tried to short, and I was shocked and appalled this morning because I tried to short UNG on the open. It's a big ETF, right? Natural gas mimics Boyle, just lower priced, and I got the dink, 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 dink. I'm like, what? How can that not be shortable? It's always shortable. How can it not be shortable? But today was not shortable. And see, that ties into a very good point, right? People talk about their trading styles, especially when it's a short strategy. A lot of this comes into play when people are trying to automate strategies. And I'm like, one thing a back test cannot show you is whether or not you were able to get filled on that short because it's not shortable, right? A lot of the times they turn out to be, of course, as fate would have it, some of the bigger winners on the day, but you weren't allowed to play. You weren't allowed to short it, right? So, case in point today, UNG was not allowed to short. Don't know why. It's not like it's an equity, where you have to borrow the shares and play that game. It's an ETF. It should be just shortable at will all the time, but I'm sure they got some freaky reason for it. But that's just the way it goes sometimes. So we got UNG recovering and Boyle recovering. Boyle hitting highs along, well, Tilt was hitting highs, right? So there have been some very good trades in the Tilt and the Boyle uh, little universe here. But when I see Boyle, say, depends on how long it takes to set up. I'll usually give those guys 30 minutes to an hour. You find a nice setup in Boyle. You find a nice, range break on Boyle to the up or the downside. You find a nice range break on TLT to the up or to the downside. Well, if it's TLT, you hit the TMF. You can usually risk about 5 or 10 cents on those trades. And if it's Boyle, you hit the UNG, right? Not near as volatile, low risks, and steady movers if they continue. Of course, they didn't really set up real pretty today. I mean, TLT here, not bad, just couldn't really sustain the move. But we did break out 88.08 to 88.43. And TMF did the same thing, just on a smaller time frame. Same chart pattern here, but only 473 up to 478. Now, a lot of the times Boyle and TLT will move points, many points on the day. And that's when you can get some real good 10, 15-cent moves, sometimes even 20-cent moves in the smaller underlying TMF and UNG. All right, little time checker. Okay, we're about 35 minutes through the session. Remember, if you have any questions, just throw them out there. Ah, I was at the bottom of my ticker. That's why. Okay. It's like, why aren't things coming through? All right, now we took a peek at Dawn of the Dead. TPSD, no big surprise to see it coming through positive change from the open. Charge point, yeah. Plug, grits. And not bad, not a good setup though. Nice bounce off the bottom on DHT. Not my cup of tea though. Yeah, not really a whole lot from the smaller races today. The good old Hawaiian Electric. Well, used to be a high price stock, but not anymore. Yeah, you just noticed that Hawaii and Ukraine aren't in the news cycle really anymore. It's all a big new thing, which I'm sure everybody is aware of. Hey, when are we going to get some good news? I want some good news out there. I want a happy story. Okay, Trader Joe. You just made me miss Trader Joe's. We don't have one in my small little town. What's Dawn of the Dead? All right, so Dawn of the Dead is this race you see over here on the left-hand side. Of course, all races are, the heartbeat or what makes them run is the top list, right? So races are only applicable to a top list. Now, if I show you the top list here, okay, here is the Dawn of the Dead top list. And as you might guess from the name, it's kind of like zombie stocks. Okay. So these are stocks that have been beaten down over time. Andy Lindelof created this little alert, or excuse me, top list very long time ago for identifying these beat down stocks that might just wake up, start moving around again, kind of like a zombie. Thus the term Dawn of the Dead. So, you can see Tup marching like a zombie all the way from, almost $6, doing that zombie shuffle, getting all the way down, coming all the way down from six and change to a buck. But then guess what? Yesterday it came to life. It's coming to life again today. So that's what this top list was designed to look for. So if we click through more of these, you're going to see, you know, hey, BCNX, who knows what day it's going to have its day in the sun, right? But these are the stocks that have the potential to get really frisky after being way down. Plug, classic example, risk clearly definable here for a swing trade. You get long in this area right here, and then you get a couple of good days. Boom, boom. Thank you. Okay. So that's what the top list is designed for, finding these beaten down stocks. And then, of course, since races are only applicable to a top list, once you have a top list and you want to start that real time stock race, all you do is launch it from here. Now, then we can put additional interesting factors as the race requirements. So if I come over here and show the race setup. Now, before I show you this, keep note of the columns that are displayed here. And when we go to set up the race, we tell it which column to focus on, right? So you can see right here, change from the open, percentage value is what I want to base the race on. Delta value, simple, nothing crazy there. And then the length of each race. I want to see things that are doing, things that are moving up the most, you know, change from the close will dictate that. Things that are moving up the most in a 1 minute race. Now, how long you make your races is up to your personal preference. I just like to see the stocks as fast as I can. So the 1 minute increment is the slowest or the smallest increment. So that's what I use. Get back to the race setup here. Hold on. I lost my pointer. Okay. So 1 minute races and change from the open. Simple as that. And then we start the race, right? So this race has been running since both of these races have been running since the open. I'm just showing the top 10 winners right now. So, think about it from this perspective. A lot of the times, if you're focusing in the opening 1 minute and seeing which stock is going to win that opening 1 minute race, a lot of the times that thing might have additional momentum into it because we all see these stocks that take these immense runs on the open and these immense runs down on the open. But I mean, flip a coin. I mean, if it were that easy, hey, this one's going to run on the open, this one's going to get hammered on the open. Well, trading would be a lot easier. Only problem is flip a coin, right? Now, if we have a decent pre-market range to kind of gauge from, that might help level the playing field, a little bit more. But if I had to say one thing about the races, is it allows us to take columns that, if I was trying to manually watch these numbers, okay, because this is the metric here, change from the open. If I was trying to watch this column on the open, the numbers would be flicking around so quickly, the sort would be all out of whack. I couldn't keep up with it. It'd be pretty much useless. But you tell a race to do that, and you get this nice fluid motion, no flicking around, don't even have to have the top list up, right? So it's a great way, A, to pick things that might run up or run down on the open, because you can always glance at the pre-market range when you're noticing which stocks are winning the race, and then you can make a decision on whether you want to take a stab at it. Or as these stocks are winning races, you can just simply add them to a custom list. Maybe you have an alert window set up, race winners. So every time you see in the first 10 minutes, you pull up the stock that won that race, right click up here, send it to whatever list you want. And that way you're populating another window with race winners, but say a high-low ticker that's only looking at those race winners, right? Because those are the stocks that are more apt to actually move. And I got a little off track here. So watching a column, in this case, change since the open, in essence is giving us a different way to peek at relative strength right off of the open, a better way to visualize that. So that's what I would say about the races there. You know what, Trader Joe? I can drop this Dawn of the Dead top list in the chat here. And just remember, once you get the top list, to initiate a race, you'll just have to right click, say launch real-time stock race. And then of course, you will have to go in there and set up your settings once you do that. What filter to focus on and the time to run your races. All right, so let me just drop this in here. All right, here's the link for the Dawn of the Dead top list. Okay, Peter, so your question, does relative volume appear as volume today on single stock window? I believe that is, it does not, okay. Relative volume is right here, right? So on top, we currently have relative volume of 22.21. Now, volume is always going to be right here. Now, if we add volume today, now I'm assuming you're talking about volume today shares, right? Or did I put the wrong one on there? It looks like the wrong one. Volume today shares. Well, we've got real volume here. We've got average daily volume here. We've got volume today. That's showing me a percentage value. But I told it to show shares. Just make sure I don't have any other. Got options volume today. Ah, maybe I'm just blind and not seeing it. Float, 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 float. Yeah, because this is here on default, right? So even if I remove this one, now I have no, let's just get rid of all volume. I have no volume metrics now. And we can see volume today is still going to stay there. Now, why it was trying to show me Maybe I hit the wrong one. I don't know. Yeah, it appears that it just is, and this is something I haven't fiddled with in eons, but notice I do have volume today. Okay, where is it? So when I try to attach volume today shares, it just kind of ignores it because volume is always displayed there. But back to your question there, Peter. Okay. So now I see what you're asking. Okay, if we attach relative volume, does that show up? No, not realtor volume. Relative. But it does the same thing. Okay, I attach relative volume. It's definitely there. And of course, we're always going to have shares traded and relative volume up there. But notice it's not showing up here. So not from my end, Peter. Whether it's volume, shares traded today, or relative volume, if you add that as a column, it just does not, because it's there by default, it doesn't show up. So adding relative volume, from what I can see, doesn't even show up at all, much less show up as shares traded for the day. Hope that helps. Okay, do we put on the brakes yet? Yeah. Short-term bottom put in. We'll see if it holds. Didn't really get much into that into yesterday's candle. Ate into it a little bit, but bounce or further downside, that is the question for the rest of the session. In the meantime, it looks kind of like everything's kind of taking a snoozy here. Rito still doing some volume. Little Ericsson. I was shocked and amazed to see Ericsson and Nokia both getting sell pressure on them yesterday. I mean, that's a big move for Ericsson. And the same for Nokia. These are pretty thick stocks. I usually don't touch them because they don't move enough. But yesterday, both Nokia, as we can see here, Nokia just a nice little downtrend yesterday. Also, Ericsson, a little bit steeper of a move, but giving it back today. And of course, everybody likes to gap them up, and then classic gap and crap on Ericsson. And Nokia eating up a lot of its gap, but looks like it's still about halfway stuck. Otherwise, everything's taking a nap. All right. Did we get a bounce on McRib yet? Oh, yep. Okay. Well, I can't be displeased with that. Let's just do a little risk to reward here, shall we? And I'm being generous here because they never even really got close to $1.88. Okay. So let's just call that being generous. 2 cents risk and reward was down here. So that's, how many times could we fit the risk into the reward? Well, 86, 15. Not quite 8 times, but talk about a handsome risk to reward ratio, right? That you can't really do a lot better than that. I mean, you can, but not too shabby. And the interesting part is it did not return to its all-time low, but it's going to be very interesting to see if this thing moves sideways for a little while to see if the seller comes back in today as we're tangling with the 20 period here. On the 15 minute, look at the 10 period, still very much in control. So maybe it stops here, maybe it goes up here and has a little date with the 10 period, and then we can see how it acts. Okay, SPY is not done. SPY is not done. Given a little bit more. All right, Peter, good. And the volume on the SPY still anemic at best, but interesting movement nonetheless. Okay, so we're getting pretty close to the top of the hour. So if you've been sitting on any questions or have any last minute charts to be looked at, now would be the time.
Okay.
I hear you, buddy.
You do.
Hello,
So
buddy.
I caught a snippet of your talk about no shorts for UNG,
Yeah.
okay, at the
hmm
beginning. Now, do you have shorts now?
Can I short it right now?
Yeah.
I don't know because I shut down my.
Oh, I see. Okay. The reason I ask is that I'm looking at IB and they have 6 million.
Well,
So,
there's never been a time where it wasn't shortable.
hmm.
It's maybe it was a system error or something.
Yeah,
You
it's
know.
hard for me to believe. The only time I've seen that happen is, AMC. There were a couple of days, I don't know, 3 or 4 weeks ago, where you'd see 2 million shorts and then you'd see nothing, and then you see
Yeah.
2 million shorts and see nothing. But I can't believe that would be with UNG.
Or
So it
yeah,
must
yeah.
have been
You
something with your system.
yeah,
You know
because I
what
mean
one
it's
is?
an ETF, right? It's not some
Yeah,
damn
exactly,
stock.
exactly. You know what one is really interesting to me, and I didn't know this. Somebody pointed it out in the main room. TPST,
Yeah.
okay, TPST at Interactive Brokers actually has 88,000 shorts available. And which is okay unto its own, maybe not outstanding,
hmm
but Centerpoint has none.
That
Can
is
you
very
believe that?
odd. Yeah, because
Yeah, that's
that's supposed to be
extremely
their
odd.
one of their fortes.
Exactly, exactly. Somebody was saying in our main room, that because somebody was saying, I want a short TPST, and the guy was saying, well, I'm at Centerpoint, there are no shorts available. And then, yeah, there are at Interactive Brokers, and I thought, they can't be, but nope, 88,000 shares at Interactive Brokers. So that is very strange.
Well, do you still get the let's say the stock is shortable, and say you decide to sell it at market. Do you still get the instances where you just hit market sell, limit sell, you can throw whatever kind of sell order you want at it,
Yeah.
as many as you want, but you just don't get executed?
Are you talking? Okay, are you talking shorting and you're talking IB?
Correct.
So
No,
right now,
talking
okay,
talking any. I mean, yeah, you're at IB,
anything.
but I'm at Thinkorswim, right?
Okay. Okay, so for instance, TPST just got halted and it's probably going to go higher. But let's just say I wanted to short CHCR, or sorry, SHCR right
Yeah.
now.
hmm
Okay, and I'm picking one that has no shorts. No, it's shortable. So there are 5 million shares available. So I don't know. I'm not sure what your question is exactly, but I could go in right now at the bid of 119 and, I could get I don't know how many I get filled, but I could go in right now, probably 500 shares, 1,000 shares at 119 and get a short.
Yeah, yeah. No, I get you
So,
because
so what, 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 so
it says shares are shortable, right?
yeah,
So on Thinkorswim, same thing. Hey, this is shortable because if you try to short something without looking to see if it's shortable and it's not shortable, you just get the little dee doo dee
right.
doo. Sorry, you can't put the order
Yeah,
out. But
exactly.
if the order goes out, because what I always do is I just throw out a small offer just to see if it's shortable. That way I know whether I'm going to waste time watching it or not, right? Um, but there's nothing more frustrating than, yes, it's shortable and it's on an uptick or whatever, and you go to hit it and you just don't get executed.
Well, okay, well, that's the uptick rule though, and you know all about the uptick rule. So, I mean, if it's down 10% today or even previously and it hasn't hit a positive day since that 10% down, you're always, I mean, I think that uptick rule is basic for all brokerages, is it not?
Right, but I'm saying the uptick rule, I mean, maybe it's changed. But back in
Okay.
the day, it was just on the intraday action. Like the last tick had to be an uptick
Yes.
or you couldn't short it, right?
Yes.
Um, but I'm saying that even if it is an uptick, a lot of the times you go to sell a stock that's shortable, they just won't execute you. So I'm trying to
Well,
figure out
now
why that is.
the way I have suggested, I may be wrong. I think you're in a queue. Okay, and I think, I mean, sometimes I get an execution almost immediately. Maybe there are not that many in the queue, or there are lots of shares
Right.
available at the price.
Mm-hmm.
But I've always been, it was explained to me, you could be in a big queue of others wanting to do exactly the same thing. And so,
Yes.
and so you won't get executed where you want, and then you have to start chasing it down if you want to do that. So
Yeah. Too
that's
many people just going after the same price. I got you.
exactly,
Yeah.
exactly. That's what I think anyway. But I like IB because IB tells me exactly how many shares are available. I does Sink or Swim? I know E-Trade doesn't,
I
but
think
does
it
Sink
has
does
I don't know if I could view, I just haven't taken the time to explore it. But there's a little symbol that says hard to borrow or not hard to borrow, but
right,
that's
but
kind of
it doesn't tell
worthless.
you how many,
Yeah.
right?
Uh-huh.
So watch. Just give me a moment as I'll share my screen. Okay, so I'm going to share my screen now. So
Okay.
this is why, at IB, I can tell immediately if there are any shares available. You see, well, you can't see the symbol now, but that is SHCR. So it's
Right.
telling me there are 5 million shares available. And
Right.
what's
Right.
cool is because it's real time. So you see what's happening. If all of a sudden, that this is not going to happen, but say with the TSPT, it's 78,000 shares or whatever are available. You can see then immediately, oh, there are people taking or covering at IB, obviously. But I
Right.
like this. I can't believe other brokers don't have something like this. This is, it's pretty,
No, that's cool, and I'm surprised that it's in real time.
yeah, it's real
Mhm.
time because it changes in real time. Anyway, my friend, thank you for spelling me for the hour, giving me my little break.
No problemo. I just noticed that AKRO. I hadn't watched this one this morning, but
Oh,
it sure got beat down yesterday and
again,
taking another
again today.
shellacking today in all-time low territory.
Yeah,
Hmm.
unbelievable. Well, and I did my video on that one. And did you see did you see the after hours action on it the day before? Did you see that?
Yes, I think Chris pointed it out uh, on you know one of our internal threads.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, wild because it was, closed at 48. It got up to about 62 steadily, not just on one little spike. And it sat around 62 after hours. You
Yep.
wake up yesterday morning and it's still around the same. And then
Hmm.
all of a sudden, the data comes out and
I
but
mean, Barry, just think about this. You're a swing trader. You get
mm,
long in that tight range,
mm-hmm,
and then
mm-hmm.
you see this in the pre-market, and you're like,
Yeah.
time to
You're
get paid. Nope.
exactly. I won't
Oh
take it off. Now
man.
I'm going to wait till tomorrow because obviously people know they're going to release data tomorrow. It's obviously good because look at all the volume in the post market. Who would be doing this?
Uh-huh.
Who'd be buying all this unless the data was good? Brother,
I
unbelievable.
mean,
That I haven't seen one like that to be honest. And I mean I'm sure there have been instances, but I have not seen one like that that I can recall.
my lord, that's all like one candle.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. No, you could. I mean, you might have been able to get out a little bit, but I think. I mean, I'm on a 15-minute chart, so I don't know what it looked like on a five, but I mean, it was like straight down,
Yeah,
straight
NASDAQ should
down.
make a poster out of this and say, we provide the most fair and orderly markets around. Please trade with us.
Yeah. All right. Okay, Jamie, thanks again. I better take off, get back in the other room now. So
Okay,
thanks
Barry.
again.
Have a good rest of the day. We'll see you
You
later.
you bet. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
All right, guys, I'm now back in both rooms and get my music going. Always need that music. There we are. All right. So yeah, TPST, the fact that Interactive Brokers strangely has shorts available. 73,000 shorts available, whereas somebody said earlier Centerpoint does not, which is really, really bizarre. Unless that person who was Centerpoint was mistaken, it was Mr. Two, right? Because that's their absolute claim to fame, having shorts for all these crazy, crazy little ones. And IB doesn't make any claim like that. Remove myself from the stream. But yeah, but am I going to lose? Okay, the last time I don't know why that happened. Okay, I will, but are you going to miss? Are we going to get muted? Now you can hear me, right? Yeah, that's what happened the last time. Now you can hear me, right? What to do? Yeah, you can hear me, but now you've got the blue box. Well, if I remove that blue box, like right here, if I remove that blue box, then you won't be able to hear me, even though this. Okay, you know what I'll do? Maybe I'll start again. And let's just see if I can start again. Add. So you guys in YouTube cannot see me, but or see the screen. Let's see if that works. Ugh. You can hear me, but you can't see my screen, right? Okay, how's that? Can you hear me and see my screen? If that's the case, then I think I know what to do if that happens again. Okay, good. Yeah, there's always about an 8-second delay. Okay, good, 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 good. Okay. Your When you say my volume and relative volume are flipped, what do you mean by that, Saka? In TPST? Believe it. You are right. Yes, you are right. This is 130. Yeah, I don't know why that's happening. Hopefully, it's not for everything. Yeah, so that's right. Let me do TPST again. Yeah, I have no answer for it. No answer for it. But you're right, relative volume, or that is 137 million shares actually. That's the volume, and that's the relative volume. I have no idea why that's happening. Is that happening with other people too, or is it just mine? Is that happening with you, Saka, also, or is it just me? Hopefully, it's just it's not so just me. Well, I must be I'm special, obviously, to have that happen. I don't know why it's happening, and it seems to be only on that one. So, oh well. Well, my charge point short is putting me to sleep, but I've said many, many times, as long as I'm positive, I will not get out of the trade. So I'm still in this one at shorting at 397, and it's an absolutely nothing. It's an all-time low right now, and I'll just hold on to it. Gets back up to 397, I'll get out. This silk might be turning into a long, guys. I mean, it is now just putting its head above seven a little bit. I mean, this is right at these highs right there. I have to expand this 15-minute chart just a little bit so we can see it better. So this is these two highs are at 708, and it's at 706 right now. The next high on the 15-minute chart is 736. So there'd be a little bit of room if it could take out 708 to maybe get up to that area. Portillos. Hmm. All-time low, guys. All-time low. Portillos. PTLO. Another one, an all-time low. All right, guys. Well, I'll do my video now. Big, big lull right now for me. Okay, guys, sorry. Internal discussion happening. Okay, 1312, 112. So 122 should be back no later than 122. We have a halt now for TPST, or a resume, I guess. Okay, guys, now Putting myself on mute. All right, guys, I'm back. All right, watching CHPT just believe it or not, I don't usually have these sort of tight stops, but with the 3 cent stop on this, okay, I'm in it, excuse me, not 397. I was going to get out at 4. So 397, I could trade this out at 387. So that is like almost a one for 3.33. But I'm looking for more. Even Riot now. Riot and Mara. I shouldn't say even Riot, but Mara should be about what, $5 or so? Haven't looked at it today. $6, $7. Okay. But Riot now is starting to catch up to Mara. Mara still had that overhang of a financing that kind of thumped it down when it was up in these areas. Now it's being thumped down just because Bitcoin is having a bit of a bad day, I guess. Down 3%. BITO, an ETF. Again, I know it's not pegged directly to the Bitcoin price, but pretty close. I mean, you want to buy Bitcoin, you can probably buy this, and you want to short Bit. Look at the market. Ooh, look at the market now. So this has been basically, we've had a couple little upticks, but really trend has been down all day on the market. You know what? If I were Burke, I wouldn't open today. I'd probably delay it, maybe even tomorrow, or yank it, because this is really delayed now. In the old days, these sort of IPOs would always open around 10:30, give or take a few minutes. But the when ARM came out and the other two that came out the day after, and they were big IPOs, like multi-billion dollar IPOs, and they did not. I think all three of them came out at lunchtime, between 12 and 1. This one is still. Now, okay, give me a moment here. I just want to check something. Yeah, I just wanted to confirm. So yeah, it's the minutes at 2 o'clock. There are no discussion at 2:30. So the big effect will be at 2 o'clock, and that's it. In other words, there's no follow-up potential of something good or bad happening at 2:30. So yeah, 2 o'clock. It's amazing. I think this TPST might have another leg in it. the way it's trading right now around 4, and with that red bar before, I mean, that is almost like a red bar ignored. What would have to happen, of course, is that the price would have to get above 420. I mean, it's at 417 right now, and it may have another shot to get to the high of the day. But that would be the key right here, is to take out maybe 423. Again, this is almost a red bar ignored. Interesting, yeah. It's interesting that my relative volume and volume are flipped. Now, maybe shouldn't make any difference, but no. No, I cannot get. I just loaded a new chart or a new single stock window. I'm still getting the flip for the volume and the relative volume. Interesting. And some of you are not. Okay, guys. Well, there's the TPST. It just did trigger a little bit over that high here. Okay, guys, looks like it wants to run a little bit anyway. TPST. If it's anywhere close to the 424 that I'm in, I'm out. Okay. So I'm just having to watch this now, TPST. Well, it's not halted right now. Yeah, it's not halted right now. Okay, guys, I'm out of it. I'm out of it. That topping tail, I'm out, gone. Basically scratched out something, but that's it. And it just got halted on the way down now, I think. I'm sure it's gonna get halted. You can tell because the bid ask is just, within like a penny and it's not moving. There you go. There's your halt right there. Okay. Too bad. I thought maybe it could have a surge into the take out maybe that high there, and maybe even get over 5. But oh well. So yeah, at about a minute to 2 o'clock, I'll put up a 1 minute SPY chart, and we'll watch the action as the SPY does its crazy dance at 2 o'clock, probably between 2 and 2:05. You'll never, that first move is not necessarily the first move. Yeah, I can't answer that trade 25. I mean, it's some kind of a program that kicks in, so I can't answer that. I mean, it's supposed to be volatility. You're right between moving up or down too fast, but there might be other stuff involved that I'm just not aware of. Is Penn under too much pressure for going long? Let's take a look at Penn. This is a question from our YouTube room. PEN, not PENN, but PEN. Penumbra. Okay, so this is nothing to do with dialysis. Okay. Well, I mean, you're in a downtrend. I mean, you're definitely in a downtrend. Look at the weekly chart. Yeah, I had a little bit of a bump the last couple of days, but this is just you're in a downtrend. So this to me is nothing I would want to go long on. But again, I can't. I hate giving. Don't take this as advice, okay? But let's take a look left. I mean, the next low looking left looks around 206. So on the weekly chart, so it still has a little bit of room. You would hope if I mean if you really wanted to, you'd probably. I mean, first, there's just no. I don't know what you're looking at to go long. I guess that's my point. Are you thinking that it's a bounce play at some point? Could be, but are you talking about intraday? Are you talking about because it's having this little bit of a lift here? Problem is, it's such an expensive stock. So to me, it looks like you'd have probably some resistance, uh, like $1.60 away, but that's on a $215 stock. So well, until it starts to make a really, I look at a weekly chart. I mean, so far it's red, 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 red. Yeah, we had a month up. No question about that. We had a month up. Yes, CHPT. I love to see this. I love to see this. This is my one one trade I'm in right now, a short. So yeah, I don't know if there was any news that hit here that week. I don't know if it was earnings. Let's see, November 2nd. Could have been that could have been earnings right here. Open 132 opened. Burke opened and way, way below. The IPO was priced at $46 a share, guys, so it opened down here. So there you go, priced at $46 a share, and it is open well below that. So the only way I would trade this today, the only way, and it's not likely even if that happens, an alert at 42. But the problem is it's way below, well, it's below $4, even if it got to 42, below the IPO price. So again, there's not a lot of excitement about it. Just out of curiosity, let's see if it's like ARM and there were shorts available immediately and interact. No shorts available. At Centerpoint, Chad, you got shorts for Burke at Centerpoint. Yeah, but you don't have shorts for TPST unless they've come available now. Oh, okay. How many? Because Mr. Two said he looked earlier and there were no shorts available. And the strange thing is that Interactive Brokers had well, not as many now, but 80,000. So, Mr. Two, if you check your Centerpoint account now, you probably have shorts available for TPST. Yeah. 53,000 available Interactive Brokers. Hey, maybe IB is turning into the new Centerpoint, a lot cheaper. Ooh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I put my mic on mute. I think I sneezed or something and I forgot to put it back on. Yeah, sorry, sorry. Um, Now, how long have I been mute? Probably, I know I answered, well, Chad said TPST, very scary to short. And I said, absolutely. So I don't know if you guys heard that. I would not short very many if I were going to. Yeah, Burke is not good. Another very disappointing IPO, guys. 46 on the IPO, opened at 40, 42 or so. Now starting to drop. Well, here's another one that's just getting hammered down. Apartment Investment and Management Company, AIV. Oh, right. I remember this. I sort of remember this. Maybe not. Not an all-time low. I guess down here would be the all-time lows around 420 or so. Boy, keep an eye on that TPST. Maybe the second time it pops through, it might. Maybe it'll keep going this time. I think if you didn't hear me, I was talking about, the thing you can look about this is that it's making higher lows on the 15-minute chart. It is making higher lows. What? This just got halted. Okay, now I don't understand. There's something else going on. There's no way that that moved that much. Well, yeah, I didn't see it at 120. I mean, I know I got halted, but I was waiting to see if it was going to take that break of 428. I might have taken that again, but I mean, it only moved. So there's something else going on. And this is still a volatility halt. Yeah, it's not a news halt. Like, can you explain why this is happening? Sure, we had a great press release. Okay, so the last time I looked at this, this had not been updated. So now it is at least updated. Week of suit or nine. So this is looking at basically retail and seeing, what stocks are really putting out some huge discounts, things like that. And this is now, if you don't have this, it is definitely available for you guys if you want to take a look at it. This is called the inflection channel. I think you have to be on maybe the latest beta. So what it's trying to capture. So look at Under Armour as an example. Ramped up discount intensity last week with up to 50% off plus an extra 40%. So Under Armour, of course, is a company that's been really, 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 really beaten up. So I think these are probably, potential short ideas. And it's interesting with the Birkenstock into the IPO, our data indicates explosive growth total promotional activity with all-time high campaign volumes. So, ahead of the IPO, they were really advertising, maybe putting some pretty deep discounts. Anyway, I'm not really focused on this, but it might be interesting for those of you looking. Well, I would say that mainly for short, so mainly because usually a company does. You're not going to see Apple in here. Apple's not going to have a 50% off sale, right? Anyway, that is the inflection channel. It is new, fairly new. I think within a month. But they last forever, Casa. I can attest to that. Yeah, that's something crazy there. I mean, it resumed and basically resumed right at the halt price of the TPST. This is getting scary. Okay, guys, I'll be right back. We have another 10 minutes to the FOMC meet the minutes. All right, guys, I'm back. I am eating something though, so I do apologize. I think it's people with short memories, Captain. But seriously, and I know what you're saying, but it's amazing how the reaction when the minutes are released, even though they were, as you say, they were written a few weeks ago, but it's amazing the reaction to the market. And this is getting stupid. This TPST. I mean, it just got halted again. It's like now there is somebody just hitting up like a halt button. All right. Well, CHPT is just inching its way down. Every 3 cents is another R for me. Hmm. So I see why. Was that you, William, who posted that about NCR and now saying that somebody said that we are not in discussions with Brinks? Not impossible. Okay. Not impossible strategic transaction with NCR. Okay. Somebody's making a lot of money on putting out the news and then putting out that news. Well, we have liftoff now. Liftoff now for TPST. But you can certainly see the trend on the 15-minute chart with TPST. You know, all these higher lows being made. All right, guys, 158. So I'm going to bring up a big SPY chart just to see if there are any fireworks. Put it over here. Oops. Well, I still have these up and running. Okay. Again, I don't know. And Nary Medical, I've never seen this one before. Look at the day it's had. Nary. I don't think I've ever seen this one before. Had no action at all in the pre-market. Doesn't trade after hours, doesn't trade pre. Where are they out of? Out of the States. It's really strange. But a million shares available also at Interactive Brokers, but I've never seen this company before. All right, guys, we've got, okay, let's see the reaction. Any, if there's any. And remember, excuse me, I'm sorry, guys. I'm going to put myself on mute while I finish this. Okay, so the first move is not always the move. So you're asking, so they had some minutes released, the FOMC minutes at 2 o'clock, Luca. So that is the reason for this, a little bit of a, well, some action in this. Not big action. A lot of times you'll see if it's going to be minutes and then the presser at 2:30, you'll see a giant green candle, a giant red candle, a giant green candle, and all over the place. But so far, this is kind of a muted reaction. Ah, man, I miss getting back into that TPST. See, to me, the move it made should have been. Well, I'm just going to say it should have been halted. I was just going to say these are the meetings. These are just the meetings. I'm sorry, the minutes. So no meeting. So no presser at 2:30. So, but the market, whatever reason, reacted okay to the release of the minutes. Yeah, I usually keep this up for 5 minutes. That will definitely show the trend. So I think I'll stop now, though. Boy, backs. So these, I haven't seen FMS though. Not lately. I've seen backs a lot, still making new lows. What's FMS doing? Yeah, wow, ugly. Bax was really the best one. I was in this early, but I did get out. Again, this is all to do with dialysis machines. So they do make machines. Yeah, provision. Whatever the reason, Captain, there's always there. No matter what we think, there's always something that will happen at 2 o'clock. So, William, do I ask you the question? Will you be around till 4 today, or will you pack it in early? Okay, guys. So this has been sort of the way it's been for the last maybe 2 or 3 weeks now. So I usually take off around 3. I'll say later if there are questions. William graciously will keep the room open until 4. So you people who are in YouTube, I will put the trade ideas or the trading room link. And so if you do want to keep talking about trading from 3 to 4, you can do so. I will. You won't see my screen anymore, of course. I'm not on the mic, but you can still talk amongst yourselves. What is wrong with dialysis machines? There's nothing wrong with them, but the excuse me, the theme is this: is that with Ozempic curbing perhaps kidney problems, etc. Um, dialysis centers and those dialysis centers like DVA, they run dialysis centers, and people who make the machines themselves, like BAX, they're starting to, well, and it's a good thing. I mean, if this is truly the reason, they're starting to suffer. That's the theory, anyway. This is the article. Okay, so dialysis firms in trouble after Ozempic's early success in kidney trial. Okay, so there's nothing wrong with the shrink with the machines themselves, but hopefully that becomes an industry that, well, I mean, I guess it'll always be needed, but is not needed as much in the future. Oh, of course you can. I mean, it's not that it's going to eradicate it, Marty. He's saying you can lose weight and still have kidney problems and need dialysis. Of course, it's never going to be eradicated, but maybe the market is slowing down. I hate to call it a market, but it's a market. It's a business. I mean, hey, all we can do is trade what we see, and so you see BAX, you see DVA, you see FMS, you saw Tandem earlier. These are all dialysis players, and they're all moving down. Man, this is going to take out the high of the day, guys. 520 is the high of the day. It's just been halted again. And the potential open is 520. That's the high of the day right there. TPST. Hard to imagine somebody who said, you know what, I'll just, 5,000 shares. It cost me $1,000 down around this 20-cent level. I don't just hold this. What the heck? For 10,000 shares. I guarantee there will be people who did that. But have they held on? No. To 495? Probably not. In fact, if they had this pop here, in the pre-market, well, yeah, I mean, that's interesting, Ori. The odds of success of an approval up to 50%. I mean, it's still 50%. It could just, so if it doesn't get approved, you get wiped out. But oh man, Cam. Yeah. Well, you could have been one of those. I don't know how many, does, tell me how many, or us how many shares you had, but you could have been one of those, several thousand shares at, a 20-cent price, 30-cent price, not a lot of money, and thinking, great, made 47 cents. RVMD? I don't see RVMD. What do I think of Tiva under $9? Yeah, so you're asking me to analyze options though, the strike prices and yeah, so I'm really not well PJ, you're still in the room? I mean, to me, Tiva looks weak. Never mind the unusual options slash puts 8 and 850 strikes, but I don't analyze anything like that. I mean, the only thing I would say is that 884 and 877 are the two lows looking left, so may get stalled right there. So that wouldn't be a very big move if it did get stalled right there. Okay, if I just look at the chart, then I'm looking at the 2 days ago. The low yesterday was 885, so it's 15 cents away, and the low the day before that was 879. So those two lows are pretty close. Could easily, just stop it from moving down any further for a while anyway. Now, if you look, a little more, if you want to be less conservative, then 819 on the weekly is the next low. But well, let's see what this is going to open. TPST. Oh my gosh, and I missed it. Oh well, 545. Excuse me. There's the projected open right now, 547. So way above the high of the day. And this could keep this. Look, this is no advice, obviously, but this could just keep ripping. I mean, it's up 1900%. Can't remember the last time, guys. Seriously, the only other time I can remember, maybe that HKD went from about, I don't know, 10 to 2500, something like that. This was a 20-cent stock. The low was 17 cents this week. 17 cents. Did it take a few days? Okay, I thought it was that one day. All right, guys, I'm not in anything anymore. The CHPT wore me out, so I made a little bit. So this is going to be longer than a 5-minute halt, obviously. This got halted immediately after it resumed. So I don't know what the actual halt time is. It's probably maybe around 2:08. But this is obviously going to be at least a 10-minute halt now for the TPST. 207.46. Okay, so not quite 2:08. So I'm just going to say it should open now. There it is. It just opened. And and halted again. Halted again. I'm sure it's going to get it. There it is. Well, I don't know what the record is now for the number of halts, but I guess TPST is certainly approaching it since we've had this scanner. Speaking of which, before I let you guys go, you'll have to listen to me talk about my homepage. Yes, believe it or not, Interactive Brokers had, well, they've been snapped up. There are only 12,000 left, but at one point there were about 80,000 shares. And how would you find that out? I mean, that's something you can literally do a search on. What stock has been halted the most? Oh, I see. Okay. Okay. All right, guys. Well, listen, if you want my take a look at my homepage, I'll show you the information you can have on it or find on it. So as always, if you want to take out a subscription, here's a promo code you can use, Barry15, for 15% off the first month only. If you do want to take out an annual, I can give you a better discount at 25%. Just let me know. And as always, to help support the room, use my promo code. You can save my homepage link at any time in the future. If you do decide to take out a subscription, excuse me, it really will help the room. Keeps the room free. Okay. If you do take out a subscription, you must do the get started 10 short videos, take you about 30 minutes. Trading 101 if you're new to trading, series of videos starting off with what is a stock. So I think if you're new to trading, you can really benefit from taking a look at these videos. You don't have, sorry, stock of the day video. I wonder what I did on today. Trade of the week sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. You can sign up for it. It is free. If you sign up for it and you don't see it in your inbox, check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. And here are my scans. Here are my scans. The big education section is here, of course. The user guide is in there. So here are my scans. So Halts resumes, super active today, right over here. Okay. This is more for information. I mean, this is more what I call scanning and all, but this is great information. You know exactly when a stock is halted and then the resumption. But I have other scans. Of course, I'm sharing. The momentum scan is here. The Momo scan is here. The abnormal option activity scan is here. And then a couple of others that you don't see, the daily breakout and breakdown and the daily reversal. Okay. And you can see, don't get too many alerts. I don't know how many here. There's 7, 8, 7 here, probably 8 here. So that's say 15, and here 18, say 21. So a total of 21 alerts. That's it from the daily reversal, abnormal breakouts, and even in the abnormal options. Not many alerts. These, remember, this is the don't repeat version. So you might see, you might look at this and go, man, that's overwhelming. But really, this is just the repeat version. Let me just explain all that. What's under education? Sorry, the user guide. So if you click, yeah, I click on my homepage link, and under education is the user guide. Here's the user guide right here. Click on that. I think it's very well laid out, presented. It's all in sections. You can search on something, but here are the major sections you can take a look at. There are videos, text. I think it's very well done. So I should just comment on this abnormal option activity scan that I've got going here, and it is, I don't trade options, but as somebody who obviously wants to trade intraday, I only want to see stocks that are trading a lot of volume, have some volatility to them. So the obvious way that we have as a filter, even though this is skewed, so we have the relative volume filter. Oh, it's back. Okay, so it flipped. No, it didn't. The relative volume in this one is 171 times normal. Okay, the actual volume, somehow this got flipped. So the relative volume is a measure of the average volume over the last 10 days up to this time of day. So again, 171 times normal. But I'm also using the abnormal options activity to find stocks that are trading abnormally. So with BAX, BAX as an example, my minimum filter, it has to be at least 500 contracts, and it has to be trading at least 150% of normal, or 1.5 as a ratio. Normal meaning what was the average over the last 10 days in terms of total contracts. So you can see BAX right now, 24,950 contracts and growing, of course. That represents 420%, 4.2 times normal. Okay, so that's why we see BAX here. Why don't we see TPST? The obvious answer is it doesn't trade options. Okay, no, it doesn't trade options. It is not optionable. So as I've said several times, if you see something in the 10-day daily breakout or down, and it's in the option scanner, the same stock, pay attention. Well, there's the BAX, 10-day daily breakdown at 35, and it showed up at 34.96 in the option scanner. Remember, anything in brown is a suggestion to short. Anything in light blue is a suggestion to go long. This is in the option. Now, this is the don't repeat version. Okay, why I like that is I can go back and say, okay, what happened to this? 9:32, we had a suggestion, an idea to go short FMS at 9:32 Eastern time. The price was 17.45. So I can click on this and think, oh, okay, what did it do from there? So from 17:45, and you can see there's a blue arrow that tells me the candle, depending on what time frame I'm looking at, it'll tell me the candle in which the alert happened. Okay, so that's the candle that happened. So now I can go back and say, well, before it really pulled up, it got down to 1684. So from 1745 down to 1684, that's pretty good. And then you just kind of go through these and you can kind of see what happened from the alert. The same thing here. I've got the don't repeat right beside. Now, obviously, this is an insane one. We had an alert at TPST at 9:46. The price was 254. You can see it right there. Now, you had an opportunity to get into it afterwards because it popped. You got the alert. It pulled back, and that's why I put some price alerts around that area. I'm not in it. I'm not in it anymore, unfortunately. But so that, in a nutshell, is what Trade Ideas is all about. We're a great scanner, great real-time scanner. Okay, out of curiosity, where could this open? This TPST, where could? Oh, wow, yeah. Now I remember. So this is from Interactive Brokers. This blue screen, nothing to do with Trade Ideas. There's the symbols TPST halted at 545. The projected open is 575. Doesn't have to be there, but it's definitely looks like it's going to open at least above the halt price. And if you have Interactive Brokers, this is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. Okay, I find this I look at all day long. Not just for the halts, but this is telling me the bid ask, the rapidity of sales, like how fast is a stock trading. Last thing you want to do is get into a stock and then it doesn't trade for 5 minutes. All right, I'm sure we're going to get another halt. At some point, there's going to be a big yank on this, but no, not halted. See, this looks halted. This looks like it's going to get halted right here. I would say almost for sure this is going to get halted because there's no way it's not moving. There you go. No way. Now, if you think, well, why didn't I? You couldn't take it though. If I tried to take this at that 590 or 590 or 591, go in at the ask, they wouldn't have filled me. This is what this looks like. This is our so this is our new website. Relatively new. I mean, it's a couple of months maybe. I don't even really remember how long we've had this like this. But so if you click on the market scope, we're going to get to the change from the open or change from the close. You'll see that it'll be dominated by TPST. Can't even see the other ones. 2,363%. So if you have trade ideas, you do have access to this. When you click on the market scope, though, what it'll say, it should say something like delayed data, 15-minute delayed data. Click here to get live data. Okay, something like that. Now, the issue though is that if you're using this or the web-based version, so if you're using our downloadable application or our web-based version, this is considered another version of trade ideas. So you can only have one version up and running at the same time. Okay, so now, I think down the road they will somehow you'll be able to have this if you because this is available if you're a subscriber up and running alongside maybe your. But this is mainly for people who don't want to literally do anything. They just want to see the data. They don't want to construct scans. They don't want to take scans from me or they don't care about any of that. They just want to have the data delivered to them. And so, this is a way in which that can happen. The biggest gainers crawl on the top, biggest losers on the bottom. Here, so you have your choice, change from the close, change from the open, change in the last 30 minutes. Look at this, the PSHG, 29% in the last 30 minutes. TPST beating out TPST. Where do I see the next high? I think, well, it's way after that. So let's take a look at the, I'm going to have to go to a monthly chart. Well, on a monthly basis, it's 976. I'm sure it might be sooner than that if I looked at a weekly chart. Let me look at a weekly chart. I'll have to just do some scrolling, that's all. Makes it a little harder. Let's see. So on a weekly chart, looks like the next high is 660, sorry, $7. $7.03 on a weekly chart. Okay. So other ways to use this, if you can take a look at some of these top lists. So if you're looking, you can just drag these in. Here's a top list. This is the biggest losers. You could drag it in here. Here are your biggest losers. There's that ETWO. If you're looking at just you want to see the biggest gainers on the S&P, just drag it in. Losers on the S&P, drag it in. Okay, so lots of things you can do here. I'll give you a link if you're interested. So Neil, are you asking me if it's possible to add the 15 and the 8 EMA on a? I'm not going to do it because I don't like to see things too muddled up, Neil. So, but are you asking me? Are you asking me right there, Raj? I just put the link right. Market Scope. It's called Market Scope 360. So I don't know, Neil, if your question is, can you do it, or do you want me to do it? If you want me to do it, I'm afraid I don't want. Well, first of all, I don't have a I don't have a 5-minute chart, number one. But are you asking if you can do it? Because the answer is yes. I can show you how. So Neil, are you, excuse me, are you just wondering if it can be done? Or you want me to show you how it's done? Hmm. Am I on mute? Okay, so I didn't think so. And especially when you see where the projected open is right now. I mean, listen, at some point, will this be the most unbelievable short in the world? Of course. But that's the problem. Where? When? And you can get well, not destroyed, but there's actually been some short covering. I can tell you there's been some short covering at Interactive Brokers because last time I looked, there were 8,000 shares available. Now there are 32,000 shares available. So there's been some little bit of short covering. People who may have thought, okay, now's the end, now's the end, now's the end, now's the end. Maybe Neil left. So again, Neil, if you're asking me, can you do it? Yes, you can. I mean, it's just a matter of going into the indicators, and you've got 15 and 8 or a 9 on a 5-minute chart. So you just go down until you see EMAs, moving average. You pick the period you want. So you want 15 period. So you put 15 in here. You pick a color. And you just pick a color that you want and add it, and then do it again for the 9 EMA. Just change the period to, so you would change one at 15, do it, have a color, and do another one at 9, another color, and just add them. So I don't know if you can hear me. Oh, nothing makes sense about TPST, Shady. Nothing makes sense about it, but I guarantee traders are looking at that monthly chart way back and looking at that. I think I believe this is real. I don't think this is, I don't know for sure. Okay. I don't know if this is a reverse split adjusted, that it never really got up to 40, but it's very possible that it did do something, crazy like today, but obviously did not have the news, the same sort of news. And there we go. And, it's going to be awfully hard to get, number one, because every time it pops, it's going to get halted. I'm sure it's going to yeah, just got halted again. The only way to get this for me now is if on a halt, it somehow, moves down. There's the halt price at 660. It moves down below the halt price. I don't know, down to 4. Maybe it gets down to 610, 620. then it pops right through that 660 again. The problem is it could get halted on that pop up. So this is just hard to get. This one's got a little bit of room. This Augmetics, AUGX. Look left on the monthly chart, 622. So through that, but if it got through that, 750 approximately. But let me get back to my weekly chart. Might look a little bit different. All right, guys, time is it now? 2:41. So another 20 minutes or so. Again, if you have any questions, ask away. All right, Centerpoint Securities recently launched in Canada. New lowered account minimum of $20,000 US. I think the typical is 30,000 US. So if you got $20,000 hanging around and you want to open a Centerpoint account in Canada, you can do so. 20,000 US. What time do I start tomorrow? So the room will be open no later than 8 o'clock. Monday. No, MON. I don't know how I'm going to pronounce it, but so no later than 8 o'clock. Usually a little bit earlier. I won't, but I don't get on the mic and share my screen until 9. Okay, that's Eastern time. So I run from 9 to 3 o'clock, and then William, who opens the room earlier. That's why it's open before I get on the mic at 9. He keeps this room open till 4. Meanwhile, this PSHG, which I sort of discounted, this is coming right into that high. Let's see if it affects it, like it already has affected it. Okay, we're now open. TPST just opened. I could have said that, Amon, but I didn't want to embarrass myself. Halt it again, guys. Halt it again. Halt it again. Come on. Halt, halt. There you go. This time you could have got some, really, you had to act quickly. And how many, I don't know. But I mean, this is a total gamble. Of course it is. We all know that. Next time it gets halted, you could see a huge gap down. 38 halts. So we need 44 with the AM, you said, William. So we just need a few more. Could happen. We still have an hour and 15 minutes left. It is okay. I wasn't sure. I wasn't sure if it's, abbreviation for Monday or hey, Mon. Well, welcome to the room. I mean, when you look at the trading of this, it really didn't have any monster pullbacks. I mean, it did get up to 522 and it got back down to 369. I get that, but to me, a monster pullback. I mean, remember, it came from 20 cents yesterday, so a monster pullback would have been way down into the two level. But it had a pullback base, and ever since then, it has just you know been moving higher. Unfortunately, it gets halted every time, and even if you wanted to get some here or here, probably would have been very hard. Even if you just took a little, just as a throw in some money as a lotto. Well, come on, Shady. I mean, for gosh sakes, and the stock is up 2,800%. It's hard to take your eye off it. We rarely, yeah, thank you. It's entertaining. I mean, come on. We don't often have something like this happen. So, you know, anyway, MTNB. Well, you never know. Okay, that's interesting information. You never know. Well, again, Shady, I mean, this is a unique situation, okay? A unique situation. Very rarely do we see a stock go from 20 cents to whatever it is, $8, $7, halted 35 times. It's hard to take your eyes off it. The software is alerting us over and over. Obviously, it doesn't happen every day. Okay, guys, another 10 minutes or so for me. Don't be sorry to ask, Chad. Anybody sitting out there wondering, man, I don't want to ask this question, because, well, for maybe a number of reasons, I don't want to, maybe it's been answered before, I didn't hear the answer. Don't worry about it, okay? Ask questions. And if it's a trading question, we all started out new. Okay, so there is my homepage. There is my homepage. So if you're looking for my scans, just click on the homepage link and you will be brought to the top here. Okay, this is what you'll see. Just scroll down a little bit and here are my scans. Click here. So there's the halt resumes, which is obviously incredibly active today, but here's the momentum scan, Momo, and here's my abnormal option activity scan. The 10-day daily breakout and down right here. And then the other one that I do pay attention to is the daily reversal right here. So there's the daily reversal. There is the breakouts, breakdowns right here. And you just pick and choose which ones you might want to have. Oops. Um, okay, when you talk about different time frames, well, I mean, there's obviously the daily time frame, or the close from yesterday. Okay, the percentage gain from yesterday is 2,800% for TPST. But sure, you can, but I typically look at the change from the open. But I mean, you're right. You can look at many, many different time frames, 5 minute, 10 minute, 30 minute. But there's only one right on any time frame. Okay, so that's probably, let me just do a quick look. Probably from the open, but let me do a quick look. Yeah. So there's the difference is this is the change from the open. So remember what the open is. That's the opening trade of the day. From that, it is up 227%. But if you look at where it closed yesterday down at 20 cents, it's up whatever it is. Right there. Sorry, 2,800%. So yeah, there are different. I mean, but typically when we talk about, this defaults to the change from the close of yesterday. But this is the change from the opening print. The opening print, when the market opened, it looked like around $2, okay? Opened at 213. So from 213 to 698 is 227%. Okay, does that make sense? Well, I really just explained it. I mean, you have all sorts of different ways to look at the change of a stock. And yeah, you're right, in different time frames. Most people probably look at the change from from the close, okay? Most people. I like to look at the change from the open. But this defaults to the change from the close of yesterday. That's what that 2,900% refers to. Okay, I mean, does that not make sense? It's always calculated from where it closed the day before at 4 o'clock Eastern time. Doesn't take into account, whatever happened after hours. Are we there yet? Are you using our charts or somebody else's charts, Tick? Yeah, so I cannot speak for Thinkorswim. Well, okay, I think you're maybe in a 15-minute chart or a 5-minute chart. I have a feeling it's just going to tell you what it's up for the day, not in the 15 minutes. You just happen to be if you're on a 15-minute chart, I don't think it's not supposed to tell you what it is up in the last 15 minutes or on a 1-minute chart what it's up in the last. I don't think that's not how charts work that I know anyway. Well, yesterday's close was 25 cents. So, I mean, you can tell it's not 340% where it is now. Yesterday's close was 25 cents. We're at $7.29 now. That is not 340%. Right now it says 2,900, 29%, 2,900%, 2,938. Definitely not 340. But understand, I don't have anything on my daily or my 15 or my weekly or whatever that actually tells me how much it's up. But if I did, it would tell me how much it's up for the day, and that's the change from the close. I think what you're looking at is just one moment. Okay, guys, sorry about that. So in this website here, okay, you can do things like the big changes from the open. Okay, this is maybe what you're talking about. I don't know. Change in the last 30 minutes. Yeah, TPST in the last 30 minutes. It's changed 20% in the last hour, 53%. Okay, but that's not reflected on the charts typically. Not that I'm aware of anyway. 15-minute chart just, it's just I mean, maybe some charting programs do that, but I've never seen one that does that. Usually, if I want to have all that information up here, at any rate, it's up a lot. Okay, but now we're looking at 631 open here. So, guys, I'm going to sign off. Okay. Any other questions? I see the bid at we're right now 630. Well, you see how it's changing, Cam. You see how it's changing. But as you know, this is a moving target. So right now, 611. Tell you what, I'll keep this open. What time did it halt at? 2:59. Well, if it's a 5-minute halt, I'll stick around for another three minutes or so. See where it opens. All right, guys. Let's see if it opens. So actually, this got halted immediately. So I'll hang up now, guys. Okay. So thanks for all the help. And I'll open the room tomorrow at 9. So I'm going to put myself on mute now, and you will not see my screen. Okay, YouTubers, I'll give you the link if you want to go into the main room. Okay. Hmm. Sorry, guys, I cannot put the link in. Something happened again, so I'm just going to have to exit. Hopefully, you guys have found where to find. If you go to that Market Scope page and go down to the trading room, that's how you get in. Okay, guys, so we'll see you tomorrow also.